つもししてる地図に込まれるただ灰色の中で日々は疑うことなくずっと眠り続けてる君は沈まらない行こうよいやいや寂しく I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number. So call me maybe. It's hard to look right at you, baby, but here's my number. So call me maybe. Call me maybe. Call me maybe. I grew a wish in the well. Don't ask me, I'll never tell. I look to you as it well, and now you're my way. I trade my soul for a wish. There isn't time for a kiss. I wasn't looking for this, and now you're my way. Your stare was holding, wind, jeans, skin was showing. All right, wind was blowing. Where you think you're going, baby? Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number. So call me maybe. It's hard to look right at you, baby, but here's my number. So call me maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number. So call me maybe. It's hard to look right at you, baby, but here's my number. So call me maybe. Hello? 心で見つかまる意識はねじ曲がる水式はえつられる大きさ投げられる現実が生まれる世界が動き出すしばし場所を探すサイコロが転がる現実が生まれる世界が動き出すやがて答えを探す 一切凍える景色をぬくもりで染めて溢れる湖で触れる明日の星に瞳を重ねてシンクロするからあなたの左を私ここにいた壊したい大事そうに抱えた私を全部君がこの孤独を痛みを癒すの消えてしまいたい眠らない街のざわめき愛想笑いの憂鬱本音なんていつかどこか見えないふりだねだって不安なんてそんな言われなくても分かってる壊したい大事そうに抱えた強がりなんてでも素直になれない迷っても悩んでも君が求めるならせめてこの孤独を痛みを壊して生まれ変わりたい青い空は窮屈に上辺だけを映し出すこの未来をずっとぼやかしてる曖昧につながる世界は深い傷さえ嘲笑うどれくらい苦しめばいいのもがけばいいのまた答えが見えない教えて真実を君が知ってるならガラスみたいな心影を探すの
I will now give your eardrums a break. Let me put something else on. Hey, it's May 3rd, everybody. You know what that means. You know what? You better know what that means. I just blasted your fucking eardrums for perhaps an hour or so. Anyways, it's birthday. It's May 3rd. And, you know, what the fuck else happens on May 3rd besides my birthday? You know what I mean? Well, let's find out. May 3rd, from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. Yes, I'm stealing ideas. No, I am not going to apologize. Anyways, May 3rd is the 1, 2, 3 day of the year. It's 1, 2, 4th in leap years in the Gregorian calendar. Used in most parts of the world, in effect in October 1582, following the papal bull Intergravismus issued by Pope Gregory No, which introduced it as a modification and replacement for the Julian calendar. Well, this is interesting. The principal change was to space leap years differently so as to make the average calendar 365.2425 days long, more closely approximating the 365.2422 day tropical or solar year that is determined by Earth's revolution around the sun. That is to say, when they switched from the idea that they were looping around, like when they decided finally that the Earth revolves around the sun, they had to like change shit, or at least, yeah. There's a lot of rabbit holes I couldn't go down. Anyways, 242 days remain until the end of the year. That is to say, it's relatively early in the year. It's like not even halfway through, but it is 1, 2, 3. It's the 1, 2, 3 day. Everybody, aesthetic. All right. Events. Pre-1600. In 752, Mayan king Bird Jaguar IV, also known as I'm going to butcher this name. I'm sorry, I'm a white ass bitch. Yaksun Bahlam IV. In 752, he of Yaxchilan. Again, I'm butchering that. Ancient Mayan city in modern-day Chiapas, Mexico. It looks beautiful. He took the throne. Good for him. In 1481, the largest of 3 earthquakes strikes the island of Rhodes and causes an estimated 30,000 deaths, casualties. So yeah, fucked. 10 years later, in 1491, Congo, it was a kingdom in Central Africa. You often hear about the Congo. The monarch. Well, let me go ahead and butcher this. I apologize. Nzinga, otherwise known as King Zhao I, is baptized by Portuguese missionaries. It also said that there he was baptized on May 3rd, adopting the baptismal name of Zhao I. Very interesting. A little over 100 years later, Angered by the brutal onslaught of Spanish troops at Fort Caroline, a French force burns the San Mateo fort and massacres hundreds of Spaniards. I think that might be the one that, like, one of the May 3rd is also depicted in like a special painting. That might come up on the list though. Okay, in 1601 to 1900, in 1616, the Treaty of Loudun ends a French Civil War. The Treaty of Loudun was signed on 3 May 1616 in Loudun, France, and ended the war. I'm gonna turn this music down a little bit. Of course, it is Winnis Huba's theme. He might make an appearance. Anyways, it ended the war that originally began as a power struggle between Queen Mother Mary de' Medici's favorite Constantino Concini and Henry II de Conde, the next in line for Louis something's throne. The war did some other stuff, but we're not here to learn about that. We're here to learn about the 3rd of May. And a bunch of other stuff about May. In 1715, a total solar eclipse, it was known as Halley's eclipse apparently. It was visible across northern Europe and northern Asia, as predicted by Edmund Halley, to within 4 minutes accuracy. That's why it's called Halley's eclipse, because he predicted it. He did it. There he is. In 1791, the contest. Oh, okay, hold on. There's potentially the picture of that. The Constitution of May 3, the first modern constitution in Europe, is proclaimed by the Sejm of Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. That might come up when we look at the national holidays. The Constitution of May 3 is not coming up. I'm about to go there. Was titled the Government Act. Was a written constitution for the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that was adopted by the great. I don't know how to pronounce that. Put this in.
Same.
Thank you.
Same.
So it's either same or seem. Thank you, Google Translate. We may return to Google Translate later because my dumbass can't do this shit. Okay, so the Great Sejm that met between 1788 and 1792. The Commonwealth was a dual monarchy comprising the crown of the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. I forgot to shuffle my shit, so now it's just playing. I did like that, but I did want to shuffle my shit. Give me a second. We're gonna read through this part, and then I've got to go to the bathroom, so I'll take a break. But we'll finish this part first. Anyways, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. The new constitution was intended to address political questions following a period of political agitation and gradual reform that began with the Convocation Sejm of 1764 and the election that year of the Commonwealth's last monarch. Okay, hold on a second. Hold the fucking phone.
Stanisław August Poniatowski.
Stanislaw August Poniatowski.
Imagine I said both of those things. Anyways, him. It was the first codified modern constitution, possessing checks and balances and a tripartite separation of powers in Europe, and the second in the world after that of the United States. So basically, they took a look at the way America did it, like the United States of America, I mean, and we're like, oh, that's smart. Let's do that. Anyways, the Constitution sought to implement a more effective constitutional monarchy, introduce political equality between townspeople and nobility, and place the peasants under the government's protection, mitigating the worst abuses of serfdom. It banned pernicious parliamentary institutions such as the liberum veto, which was a parliamentary device in the Commonwealth. It was a form of unanimity voting rule that allowed any member of the same legislature to force an immediate end to the current session and to nullify any legislation that had, I'm assuming, that had already been passed by the session by shouting either "Sisto activitatem," literally, I stop the activity, or "Ni poswalam," I do not allow. In terms that I understand, this is like being in a shitty ass conversation with my mom, and it's going on too long, and it's not progressing, and it's a personal in joke between us. She'll say squirrel, and that means we have to end the conversation. That, or if we're doing it in other terms between my brother and I, it's saying "new bit, please," and the bit ends. Hold on, I got a text from my dad. I gotta text my dad. Okay. Anyways, but yeah, this is basically just like if there's a big debate and they're doing something shitty, they just say like, no more of this. We're pushing it forward. Here's the big part. Many historians hold that the liberum veto was a major cause of the deterioration of the Commonwealth political system, particularly in the 18th century, when foreign powers bribed same members to paralyze its proceedings, causing foreign occupation, dominance, and manipulation of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and its eventual destruction in the partitions. Let's just pull up this name so I don't butcher it. Shoutouts to well, I don't have his name here, but he converted this anyways.
Piotr S. Wandycz.
Peter S. Wandice.
I said that. I did say that. That guy, and also thank you, that guy, wrote that the liberum veto had become the sinister emblem of old Polish anarchy. In the period of 1573 to 1763, about 150 seims were held. About a third failing to pass any legislation, mostly because of the Leverum veto. The expression Poland parliament in many European languages originated from the apparent paralysis. If you've ever heard of the political tactic of that thing where they just keep talking to keep the to stop like a vote from passing, which is both good and bad. It's the this is the direct counterpart to that, where they you're not like where people will just go on a million-minute long tirade to keep a vote from potentially passing. This is the exact opposite, where you have the ability to just say, "Shut up. We are moving on." So there's good and bad to it. Just like with how that thing I just discussed has. Thanks for my dad. Anyways, the thing to remember is that this did away with that. Oh, it explains here, which had put the same at the mercy of any single deputy, who could veto and thus undo all the legislation adopted by that same. The Commonwealth's neighbors reacted with hostility to the adoption of the Constitution. King Frederick William II of Prussia broke the Prussian alliance with the Commonwealth, joining with Imperial Russia under Catherine the Great and the anti-reform Targowica Confederation of Polish-Lithuanian magnates to defeat the Commonwealth in the Polish-Russian War of 1792. The 1791 Constitution was in force for less than 19 months. It was declared null and void by the Grodno Sejm that met in 1793, though the Sejm's legal power to do so was questionable. The second and third partitions of the Commonwealth in 1793 and 1795, respectively, ultimately ended Poland and Lithuania's sovereign existence until the close of World War I in 1918. Over the ensuing 120 years, the legacy of the Constitution helped sustain Polish and Lithuanian aspirations for the eventual restoration of their sovereignty. In the words of two of its principal authors, we're going to go ahead and pull those names up, because I am not in the mood to do butchering more.
Ignacy Potocki.
And
Hugo Kołłątaj.
according to them, who authored this thing, the Constitution was the last will and testament of the expiring homeland. It should be noted that a bunch of stuff happened after World War I that would definitely, lead to Poland in particular not gaining its sovereignty. So yeah, maybe they do talk about that. There's a lot to talk about here, but anyways, that was adopted in 1791. In 1802, Washington, D.C. is incorporated as a city after Congress abolishes the Board of Commissioners, the district's founding government. The city of Washington is given a mayor-council form of government. So, the the way Washington D.C. exists now is that happened in 1802. Cool. 1808, Finnish War. Sweden loses the fortress of Sveaborg. Or hold on, how the fuck do you say that? Did I fucking close the fucking tab? I'm gonna need you. I'm gonna need you still.
Sveaborg. Suomenlinna.
How? What? That's two different. We're not gonna get into it. This place, they lose this. Sweden loses that to Russia, which kind of sucks. Still in 1808, like that same day, that same very day, in the Peninsular War, the Madrid rebels who rose up on May 2nd are exited near Principal Pio Hill. Now, I'm pretty sure this is like the one that the painting is about. Let me see. Yeah. The 3rd of May, 1808. This is like a very like historical painting. Oh fuck, that's too close. But yeah, a very historical painting. El Tres de Mayo by Francisco de Goya. Pretty fucking horrific. We're gonna very, very much read this. The 3rd of May 1808 in Madrid, also commonly known as the 3rd of May 1808, also known in Spanish as yes, in Madrid, or Los Fusilamientos de la Montaña del Príncipe Pío, or Los Fusilamientos del 3 de Mayo. Sorry, I'm not a native speaker. I'm dumb, you know this. Is a painting completed in 1814 by the Spanish painter Francisco Goya, now in the Museo del Prado, Madrid. In the work, Goya sought to commemorate Spanish resistance to Napoleon's armies during the occupation of Madrid in 1808. So altogether, it was a bad thing that these guys killed those guys. And that it was a good thing that these guys were resisting, because fuck Napoleon. Resistance to Napoleon's armies during the occupation of Madrid in 1808, at the start of the Peninsular War. Which was, you know, we could look into that, but just in general, it was the war Napoleon waged against that part. Along with its companion piece of the same size, the 2nd of May, 1808, which we can real quickly look at. This is like the day prior. The charge of the Mamelukes. It was commissioned by the Provisional Government of Spain at Goya's own suggestion shortly after the ousting of the French occupation and the restoration of King Ferdinand. And 7. You should know that, Final Fantasy 7. The painting's content, presentation, and emotional force secure its status as a groundbreaking archetypal image of the horrors of war. Although it draws on many sources from both high and popular art, the 3rd of May marks a clear break from convention. By diverging from the traditions of Christian art and traditional depictions of war, it has no distinct precedent, and is acknowledged as one of the first paintings of the modern era. According to the art historian Kenneth Clark, they won't open that, guys. Oh, nope, Kenneth Clark. Kenneth Mackenzie Clark. Baron Clark. It is the first great picture which can be called revolutionary in every sense of the word, in style, in subject, and in intention. The 3rd of May 1808 inspired Jared Holtom's peace sign and a number of later major paintings, including a series by Edouard Manet and Pablo Picasso, whose Massacre in Korea and Guernica, or Guernica potentially. Massacre in Korea being like this one. It's very tiny, you have to understand. This one is the one by Picasso. Oh, they're both by Picasso. This is I think this is the one of the more famous ones because like I recognize it. Anyways, yeah. The 3rd of May 1808 is something I actually recently learned about. Because it like appeared on one of my feeds. Anyways, in 1815, the Neapolitan War, or the Austro-Neapolitan War, like, cause like stuff like it's the 1800s. Napoleon is active, but May 3rd, 1815, Joachim Murat, King of Naples, or a French asshole who Napoleon, appointed King of Naples, is defeated by the Austrians at the Battle of Tolentino, the decisive engagement of the war. So, like a key pivotal moment. In 1830, the Canterbury and Whitstable Railway is opened. It is the first steam-hauled passenger railway to issue season tickets and include a tunnel. So there's train lore on the 3rd. Love it. In 1837, the University of Athens is founded in Athens, Greece. Awesome. Love knowledge. In 1848, the boar-crested Anglo-Saxon Benty Grange helmet is discovered in a barrow on the Benty Grange farm in Derbyshire. Well, what's the significance? What's the significance of this helmet? The helmet was just constructed by covering the outside of an iron framework with plates of horn and the inside with cloth or leather. The organic material has since decayed. The helmet would have provided some protection against weapons, but was also ornate and may have been intended for ceremonial use. It was the first Anglo-Saxon helmet to be discovered, with 5 others found since: Sutton Hoo, Coppergate, Wollaston, Shorewell's fucked, and Staffordshire, which is maybe just that piece. The helmet features a unique combination of structural and technical attributes, but contemporaneous parallels exist for its individual characteristics. It is classified as one of the crested helmets used in Northern Europe from the 16th to 11th centuries AD. The most striking feature of the helmet is the boar at its apex. This pagan symbol faces towards a Christian cross on the nasal in a display of syncretism, which is the practice of combining different beliefs and various schools of thought. It involves merging or assimilation of several originally discrete traditions, especially in the theology and mythology of religion, thus asserting an underlying unity and something else. This is representative of 7th century England, when Christian missionaries were slowly converting Anglo Saxons away from traditional Germanic paganism. The helmet seems to exhibit a stronger preference towards paganism, with a large boar and a small cross. The cross may have been added for talismanic effect, the help of any god being welcome on the battlefield. The boar atop the crest was likewise associated with protection and suggests a time when boar-crested helmets may have been common, as do the helmet from Wollaston and the Gilden Morden boar, which is a 6th or 7th century Anglo-Saxon copper alloy figure of a boar that may have once served as the crest of a helmet. It was found in the Gilden Morden in village, in a grave. The contemporary epic Beowulf mentions such helmets 5 times and speaks of the strength of men when the hefted sword, its hammered edge and gleaming blade sheathed in blood, raises the sturdy boar ridge off a helmet. This is the helmet in question. It is also pretty fucked, but you can generally see the structure. It was probably buried with its user. This is a replica of it. So like this is how it would have looked at the front, with like the boar, like the fur, like the spike on it, like imitating how boars have like fur. That's very interesting. Anyway, in 1849, the next year, the May Uprising in Dresden begins, the last of the German revolutions of 1848 to 8 and 1849. Dresden is in the Kingdom of Saxony, and yeah, it was one of the last ones of those. In 1855, American adventurer William Walker departs from San Francisco with about 80 men to conquer Nicaragua for the whole Manifest Destiny thing. I don't think he necessarily succeeded, but we can look at his page to see what kind of fuck-ass bitch he was. It says he was an American physician, lawyer, journalist, and mercenary. In the era of the expansion of the United States, driven by the doctrine of Manifest Destiny, Walker organized unauthorized military expeditions into Mexico and Central America with the intention of establishing colonies. Such an enterprise at the time was known as filibustering or freebooting, as you can see there. It's also freebooters, so it's obviously freebooting. After settling in California, motivated by an earlier filibustering project gassed under Hussein Boone, Walker attempted in 1853 to 1854 to take Baja California, a Mexican territory, and Sonora, officially Estado Libre y Soberano de Sonora, or maybe Sonora, one of the 33 states which, along with Mexico City, comprise the federal entities of Mexico. So he essentially intended to take parts of Mexico. He declared those territories to be an independent Republic of Sonora, but he was soon driven back to California by Mexican forces. Because, of course. Walker then went to Nicaragua in 1855 as leader of a mercenary army employed by the Nicaraguan Democratic Party in its civil war against the Legitimists, which was the conservative Nicaraguan political party. He took control of the Nicaraguan government and in July set himself up as the country's president. So he's an asshole. Walker's regime was recognized as the legitimate government of Nicaragua by U.S. President Franklin Pierce, and it initially enjoyed the support of some important sectors within Nicaraguan society. However, Walker antagonized the powerful Wall Street tycoon Cornelius Vanderbilt by expropriating Vanderbilt's Accessory Transit Company, which, is a gold rush company, I guess, which operated one of the main routes for the transport of passengers going from New York City to San Francisco. The British Empire saw Walker as a threat to its interests in the possible construction of a Nicaragua Canal. I'm sorry, it's a tough word to say for me. I'm sorry. Attempts to build a canal across Nicaragua to connect the Atlantic Ocean with the Pacific Ocean stretched back to the early colonial era. Construction of such shipping routes using the San Juan River as an access route to Lake Nicaragua was first proposed then. So it was a long time coming. As ruler of Nicaragua, Walker re-legalized slavery, although this measure was never enforced, and threatened the independence of neighboring Central American republics. So he was a true asshole. A military coalition led by Costa Rica defeated Walker and forced him to resign the presidency of Nicaragua on May 1st, 1857. Walker then tried to relaunch his filibustering project and in 1860 published a book, The War in Nicaragua, which, of course, cast his efforts to conquer Central America as tied to the geographical expansion of slavery. Not a good look. Not a good look, overall. In that way, Walker sought to gain renewed support for pro-slavery forces in the southern United States on the eve of the American Civil War. It was basically the sign of the times. The same year, Walker returned to Central America, but was arrested by the Royal Navy and handed over to the Honduran government, which executed him. Let's go! Hell yeah! Rest in piss, you racist ass son of a bitch. Look at this fucker. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Anyways, it sucks that he succeeded for even a little bit, but it's so fucking cool that they killed his ass. Let's go. Oh, this one kind of hits close to, somewhere I lived. 1901 to present. In 1901, the Great Fire of 1901 begins in Jacksonville, Florida. It was one of the worst disasters in Floridian history, and the largest urban fire in the U.S. It was the third largest, next to the Great Chicago Fire and the 1906 San Francisco Fire. So yeah, there was a lot of fucking awful fires. But hey, bad shit be happening to Florida all the time. Oops. In 1913, I'm gonna go ahead and try and not butcher this name.
Raja Harishchandra.
Thank you. That guy, the first full-length Indian feature film, oh, I guess it's a film, is released, marking the beginning of the Indian film industry. Hashtag Bollywood! Was it a good one? It was produced by this guy. It is, yeah, it is. It features a bunch of people. It's based on the legend of the legendary king of the Solar Dynasty. With Dabke portraying the title character. It is a silent film. It had intertitles, which are the things with like when they like in silent films, you know, the thing where it's like aghast, like they have the words on the screen when they do that. But yeah, this is the foundational film for the Indian film industry. It has been debated though. Some film historians, consider the silent film Shri Pundalak or Pundalik, released on the 18th of May 1912, the maiden Indian film. The government of India, however, recognizes this one. Interesting. Interesting. Cool. In 1920, a Bolshevik coup fails in the Democratic Republic of Georgia. Not not you know Georgia, not this didn't happen in Atlanta. It happened in the European country of Georgia. In 1921, a year later, Ireland is partitioned under British law by the Government of Ireland Act 1920, splitting the country in two and creating Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland. Which is like kind of fucked, I think. I hear that them fucking around with Ireland has always been kind of fucked. I wonder why they did that. Oh, I see why. It's because Northern Ireland remained part of the United Kingdom, essentially under British control, and you know the Republic of in like parentheses Ireland, which is just proper Ireland as we know it, remained Ireland. I understand. Cool. Same year, West Virginia becomes the first state to legislate a broad sales tax, but does not implement it until a number of years later due to enforcement issues. Debatably a good thing, debatably. In 1928, the Jinan incident, or May tragedy, or Three May tragedy, began as the May 3rd in 1928 dispute between Chiang Kai-shek's NRA and Japanese soldiers and civilians in Jinan. I'm pretty sure this is, yeah, it began with the deaths of 12 Japanese civilians by Chinese forces in Jinan, China, which leads to Japanese retaliation and the deaths of over 2,000 Chinese civilians in the following days. So, this is, the thing. China and Japan don't have the best relationship, and this is part of why. In World War II, they don't necessarily talk about it very often, but when all of that was happening, Japan basically fucked China up really badly, and it starts with this incident, basically, where they just start mowing people down for, arbitrary reasons. And I guess it started on May 3rd, which kind of sucks to think about. In 1939, the All India Forward Bloc is formed by Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose, who was a Indian nationalist whose defiance of British authority in India made him a hero among many Indians. But his wartime alliances with Nazi Germany and fascist Japan left a legacy vexed by authoritarianism and anti-Semitism and military failure. So he did, try and free India. So it's I guess the idea is he tried to free India from British rule, but he was a fascist, plain and simple. And the All India Forward Bloc for IFB was the left-wing nationalist political party, or I guess is. Let me see. It reestablished as an independent party after the independence of India. It was briefly known in 1991 into 1992 and the 1997 in party general elections as the Forward Bloc, during which it was a Marxist party. The party's current secretary general is G. Devarajan, or Rajan, veteran Indian politicians in Sarat Chandra Bose, who is the brother of that fascist asshole, and Chita Basu had been the stalwarts of the party in independent India. Leveraging Netaji's sway over the populace, the organization had established its electoral footprint after independence in states like Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, and Assam, with West Bengal as its primary bastion. However, after 8 decades, the party, now confined to select regions, lacks any members of parliament or legislative assembly representatives. Gee, I wonder why. Maybe it's because your founder was a fucking fascist, and that's a bad look. All right, in 1942, during World War II, Japanese naval troops invade Tulagi, which is in the South Pacific. It is an island in the Solomon Islands during the first part of Operation Mo, or the Port Moresby operation, that results in the Battle of the Coral Sea, which was the from May 4th to May 8th. It was a major naval battle between the Imperial Japanese Navy and naval and air forces of the United States and Australia. Operation Mo was a plan to take control of the Australian territory of New Guinea during World War II. So yeah, that thing about the thing about Japan in World War II, they were very aggressive. Next to Germany, they were the second more aggressive party. And we put a lot of emphasis on how fucked up the things Germany was doing, and it's not wrong that the Germans were doing really fucked up shit. Japan was also doing lots of fucked up shit, and we're looking to literally dominate the world. So yeah, that was a thing. Got better, though. I think they got better. In 1945, in World War II, the sinking of the prison ships Cap Arcona, named after Cape Arcona, on the island of Rügen, this was a large German ocean liner, which was later requisitioned as an auxiliary ship and finally a prison ship. It was sunk. The Fielbeck, another German ship, and Deutschland. All of these three German ships were sunk by the Royal Air Force in Lubeck Bay. So a huge Allied victory took place. Nice to see a victory. In 1947, the new post-war Japanese constitution goes into effect. A lot of constitutions on May 3rd. So essentially, if you've ever seen that one video by that one dude, the history of Japan that attempts to make that history fun by having that guy's signature wit and musical talent. When that part where America basically uploads their constitution into Japan, that goes into effect on May 3rd, 1947. The next year, in 1948, the U.S. Supreme Court rules in Shelley versus Kramer, a landmark United States Supreme Court case that held that racially restrictive housing and covenants cannot be legally enforced. It rules that covenants prohibiting the sale of real estates to blacks and other minorities are legally unenforceable. It should go without saying, just from reading that's a huge win for diversity and equality. You love to see it. Fucking love to see it. In 1951, London's Royal Festival Hall opens with the Festival of Britain. So that's kind of cool. That's a big convention, great for festivals. Same year, the United States Senate Committee of Armed Services and United States Senate Committee of Foreign Relations begin their closed-door hearings into the relief of Douglas MacArthur by U.S. President Harry Truman. And on the 11th of April 1951, U.S. President Harry Truman relieved General of the Army Douglas MacArthur of his command after he made public statements that contradicted the administration's policies. Okay, what does that mean? Okay, wait a minute. This is a guy who is a war hero who then participated in like the Korean War. Rather, he led forces into the Korean War. He was in charge of the occupation of Japan. In the latter role, MacArthur was able to accumulate considerable power over the civil administration of Japan. Eventually, he gained a level of political experience that was unprecedented and yet to be repeated by anyone else actively serving as a flag officer in the U.S. military. He was a big deal. After North Korea invaded South Korea in June of 1950, they were still doing this shit. Or rather, no, North Korea invaded South Korea. Japan wasn't doing this shit. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Starting the Korean War, MacArthur was designated commander of the United Nations forces defending South Korea. He conceived and executed the amphibious assault at Incheon, otherwise known as the Incheon Landing. It was a decent victory. But when he followed up his victory with a full-scale invasion of North Korea on Truman's orders, China inflicted a series of defeats, compelling him to withdraw from North Korea. The basic idea there is that he went ham and went like, okay, now we're going to fight back. But China, an ally to North Korea, because they were going communist at the time, quote unquote. I'm pretty sure it was just like a different kind, like, I don't know. Anyways, China was allied with North Korea, and seeing that, they're gonna get fucked if he keeps going, they put a stop to him. By April of 1951, the military situation had stabilized, but MacArthur publicly criticized the administration's policies, leaving Truman to have to relieve him of his command. In a political military is an American tradition. The principle of civilian control of the military was also ingrained. Civilian control was an issue considering the constitutional division of powers between the president as commander-in-chief and Congress with its powers to raise armies, maintain a navy, and declare war. This was also an era when the rising complexity of military technology led to the creation of a powerful military, and American forces were employed overseas in large numbers. The Armed Services Committee and Foreign Relations Committee of the U.S. Senate held a joint inquiry into the military situation and the circumstances surrounding MacArthur's relief, and concluded that the removal of General McCarthy was within the constitutional powers of the president, but the circumstances were a shock to national pride. In having MacArthur relieved for failing to respect the authority of the president by privately communicating with Congress, Truman upheld the president's role as preeminent. The basic gist I get of this is that MacArthur said some shit after they had to after he lost a bunch of battles that essentially can be well, he was basically talking shit, and President Truman was like, hey, I get that you're pretty big in the britches. I'm still the president. I'm gonna need you to step down. Debatably, it's controversial. It's a controversial thing, for sure. 1952, Lieutenant Colonels Joseph O. Fletcher and William P. Benedict of the United States land a plane at the North Pole. The debatable how interesting that fact is, but it's notable that the North Pole is cold and fucked. It's kind of also tiny, like tiny. It's like it's in the middle of the fucking ocean, basically. Anyways, same year, the Kentucky Derby is televised nationally for the first time on CBS News. That's kind of a big deal. That's like horse racing. Previously, you just had to go to the thing, but now you can watch it at your own home, and bitches don't have to publicly know if you wasted all your money betting on the horse races anymore. Let's go. Okay. Next year, in 1953, 2 men are rescued from a semi-trailer that crashed over the side of the Pitt River Bridge before it fell into the Sacramento River. Amateur photographer Virginia Scow, come on. Virginia Scow, photographs Rescue on Pitt River Bridge, the first and only winning submission for the Pulitzer Prize for photography to ever have been taken by a woman. Rescue on Pitt River Bridge. As you can see, the truck itself is fucked. It's about to fall the fuck in. The trailer is barely hanging on. And as you can see, this dude is he's getting up there. This is a phenomenal photograph, honestly. This could be a painting. So, shout outs to Virginia. Sucks that no other women have ever won since. Kind of suspect. But hey, all the more power to Virginia. Awesome that she did that. In 1957, Walter O'Malley, the owner of the Brooklyn Dodgers, agrees to move the team from Brooklyn to Los Angeles. Which is kind of weird. In 1963, the police force in Birmingham, Alabama, switches tactics and responds with violent force to stop the Birmingham campaign protesters. Images of the violent suppression are transmitted worldwide, bringing newfound attention to the civil rights movement. I see. We could look into that, but I think that's all we really need to know. Is that there was a well, let's see. This was here's the important thing to note. The Birmingham movement / Birmingham campaign / confrontation was organized by the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. What that tells me is that this was set up by church groups primarily. I can double check that real quick. Wait.
If I had my way, I would move to another lifetime. I'd quit my job.
yeah, this is the big famous one where you've seen like the footage and photographs of them using fire hoses to blast people in the street. That was this. And also it was like hold on. Bring that back. Let's put that. Can you not fucking do this to me? Wikipedia. Students gathered at the church. Yeah, history is fucked. A cat. Alright. More bad news. In 1968, 85 people are killed when Braniff International Airways Flight 352 crashes near Dawson, Texas. Planes suck, by the way. Ooh, that sucks. So it's also important to note that an investigation revealed that the cause of the crash was the captain's decision to penetrate an area of heavy weather on the crew's subsequent steep 180-degree turn to escape the conditions, which caused structural overstress and failure of the airframe. You didn't need to go into the storm, dumbass. Captain John R. Phillips. And we could read all about that, but basically that tells me that you got a little cocky there. All right, 1971. Eric. I don't want to just say Honecker. It's like the spelling is German to me.
Honecker.
Okay, I guess I'm looking foolish. Okay, he becomes the first secretary of the Socialist Unity Party of Germany. Okay, he would remain in power until 1989. Okay, cool. In 1978, the first unsolicited bulk commercial email, which would later become known as spam, is sent by a digital equipment corporation marketing representative to every ARPANET address on the west coast of the United States. So the internet's been a thing for a bit. But this was the first spam email. That's kind of crazy to think about. Terrible news. Bitch whose grave is pissed upon forever wins the United Kingdom general election. The following day, she becomes the first female British Prime Minister. If you don't know about Margaret Hilda Thatcher, it says it right there. Conservative Party. Look at her fucking smug ass face. This bitch knows what she did. If you've ever seen the meme that is like, the problem with pissing on my grave is that eventually you will run out of piss, that's her. People hate this bitch. Justifiably. I don't have time to look into it. All I know is that she's a bitch and it's good that she's dead. Controversial, I know, but fuck you. 1986. 21 people are killed and 41 are injured after a bomb explodes on Lanka Flight 512 at Colombo Airport in Sri Lanka. More bad news with planes. Fuck. Alright, 1987. We're skipping over a few years, but somewhere in the middle of these two dates, something important did happen. Something important did really happen. A crash by Bobby Allison at the Talladega Speedway, Alabama, fencing at the start-finish line would lead NASCAR to develop the restrictor plate for the following season, both at Daytona International Speedway and Talladega. So a big crash happened and they upped their safety, which is good. That's always good. Safety is always good. Why the fuck do so many people keep crashing on May 3rd? Stop crashing out, please. May 3rd, 1993. I was bored. Put it in there. 1999. I was alive for this one. I was like, 9. I was 6 years old. The southwestern portion of Oklahoma City is devastated by a F5 tornado, killing 45 people, injuring 665, and causing $1 billion in damage. The tornado is one of 66 from the 1993 tornado outbreak. This tornado also produces the highest wind speed ever recorded, measured at 484 plus or minus 32 kilometers per hour, which is 301 plus or minus 20 miles per hour. In meteorology, the term May 3 is synonymous with the F5 tornado. Let's go. Oh, hold on. I gotta make a phone call. Hold on. Hey. Okay, I got an important question. I'm sure you do. Okay, where were we living in 1999? Okay, when were we living in Oklahoma? Did you know that in 1999, the southwestern portion of Oklahoma City was devastated by an F5 tornado as part of the 66, tornadoes that were the 1999 Oklahoma tornado outbreak? Did you also know that May 3rd, because of that, is synonymous with the F5 tornado in terms of meteorology because of that? I'm right. Um, I will say hi to Stream for You, but I'm on Wikipedia looking at the dates streaming it. I just thought that was really funny. Wasn't this a thing? We kept like moving around, and everywhere we had moved from got fucked up in 1A. We were running from disasters. Crazy. If any other crazy stuff happens after that, I will text you about it. I will keep you up to date with May 3rd weirdness. Did you also know, real quick, that a lot of stuff happened, but May 3rd, 1808 was like one of the one of the important dates for the Napoleonic Wars, the Peninsular War in particular in Madrid. There's a big painting. I'm I'm the disaster bitch. I'm really the plane crashes, multiple plane crashes. Um, the the first spam email was delivered. Margaret Thatcher was elected prime minister, or I guess she won the general election. Um, car crash that led to the development of the restrictor plate. A lot of crazy stuff. I'm looking at it right now. May 3rd. I'm looking at all the day on the day. Yes. Anyways, like I say, if anything else I find interesting after this, like this is the first one on the list that is like post my birthday, post 1993. Like like prior, the most up to date thing prior was in 1987 with that aforementioned Talladega Super Speedway crash that led to the development of the restrictor plate. Anyways, I will let you know if there's anything else. All right, I'll let you go now. Love you too. Bye bye. Ladies and gentlemen, and friends of all genders, you heard it first here. 3 years after my family left Oklahoma to, go to our next home. Long story. A fucking tornado on my birthday blows the fuck up, Holy shit. Same here, different place. Infiltration of Pakistani soldiers on Indian side results in the Kargil War. It really is disaster day. Alright, 2000, the millennium hits. And I am like 7 years old. The sport of geocaching. What geocaching? Begins with the first cache placed and the coordinates from a GPS posted on Usenet. Kidding me? That's a thing I know about. They talk about that on like YouTube shorts and like short form videos where people are looking for that. That started on May 3rd? Oh my god, that's crazy. Okay, 2001. The United States loses its seat on the UN Human Rights Commission for the first time since the commission was formed in 1947. Fuck! Okay, something else happened in 2001, but it's okay. I was 7 years old in 2001, by the way. Something bad happened. I remember it. But that's not for me to talk about. This is May 3rd day. 2006. Don't. Not another plane crash! No! Our Mafia Flight 967 crashes into the Black Sea near Sochi International Airport in Sochi, Russia, killing 13 people. Okay, next year, 2007, the 3-year-old British girl Madeleine McCann disappears in Praia da Luz, Portugal, starting the most heavily reported missing person case in modern history. Did they find her? She was born in 2003. She was like 4 years old, or maybe 3. Who at the age of 3 disappeared from her bed in a holiday apartment. Most heavily reported. Her whereabouts remain unknown, although German prosecutors believe her to be dead. So this is ongoing still. Is potentially late as 2020. Like 2021 even. Okay, here is the big thing. German investigators believe it to be possible that Bruckner, the guy who appeared, I guess, what's the word? Christian Bruckner, who was apparently a suspect. Bruckner killed McCain around the dam, which I guess was important, and threw her into the water. They also made a Netflix documentary. And yeah, I guess it would be, a nice time to go on vacation. May is pretty much the peak of spring, where it's either really beautiful and sunny or it's fuck all rainy because it's right after April. In 2015, two gunmen launched an attempted attack on an anti-Islam event in Garland, Texas, which was held in response to the Charlie Hebdo shooting. Pretty contentious sounding event. We're really approaching the, velocity here. In 2016, 88,000 people are evacuated from their homes in Fort McMurray, Alberta, Canada, as a wildfire rips through the community, destroying approximately 2,400 homes and buildings. 2016, I was just getting started living in and around Tennessee. 2021, as recent as 4 years ago, 26 people are killed and 98 are injured after an elevated section of the Mexico City metro collapses. It's all disasters. Okay, 2023, 2 years ago. God damn it. 9 students and a security guard are killed in the Belgrade school shooting, the first attack of its kind in Serbia. All disasters all the way down. God damn. Okay, now we get to the important births, which, I'm just gonna real quick just double check. Nope, I'm not on there. I'm not important. Cool. Who do I share this disastrous date? Khan, ruler of Hala, Mayan city, Mayan king. He took the throne on February 6, 1529, at the age of 34, ending an interregnum that lasted for a little over 4 years. 1612, Constantine III, the Byzantine Empire, or Heraclius the Constantine, one of the shortest reigning Byzantine emperors. He ruled for 3 months in 641. Yeah, sounds like a real winner. In 1238, the Italian saint Emilia Biccheri, overpowered, was an Italian Catholic nun of the Dominican order. Born to a patrician, she was best known for founding a convent in her hometown of Vercelli, where she served as prioress. Neat. 1276. Louis of Evreux, son of Philip III of France. He was the only son of King Philip III, and his second wife, Marie of Brabant. Oh, he was the son of King Philip III and Marie, and thus a half-brother of King Philip IV. In 1415, Cicely Neville, the Duchess of York, an English noblewoman and the wife of Richard, Duke of York, and the mother of two kings of England, Edward IV and Richard III. She was known as the Rose of Raby because she was born at Raby Castle of Durham, and she was also known as Proud Cis because of her pride and temper that went with it. Although she was also known for her piety. She also signed her name Cecile. Cicely's husband, the Duke of York, was the leading commander for the throne of England from the House of York during the period of the War of the Roses until his death in 1460. Their son Edward actually assumed the throne as Edward IV in 1461, after the deposition of King Henry the Sixth and of the House of Lancaster. The Duchess of York thus narrowly missed becoming Queen Consort of England. She was so close, guys. She was so close. In 1428, Pedro González de Mendoza, a Spanish cardinal, is born. He was also a statesman and lawyer. He served on the council of King Henry IV of Castile, and in 1467 fought for him at the Second Battle of Olmedo. In 1468, he was named Bishop of Sigüenza, and then he became the Cardinal and Archbishop of Sigüenza, I'm assuming. In 1446, Margaret of York is born. Also known as Margaret of Burgundy, she was Duchess of Burgundy from 1468 to 1477 as the third wife of Charles the Bold, and after his death, in 77, acted as a protector of the Burgundian state. She was a daughter of Richard, the Duke of York, and of... Oh! This is Cecily's daughter. She was the sister of Edward IV, who we talked about on Cicely's page, and Richard III. She was born at Fotheringay Castle, Northamptonshire, in the Kingdom of England, and she died in Mechlin, in the Low Countries. So yeah, miraculously, Margaret of York had the same birthday as her mother Cecily, which is crazy to think about. In 1461, Raffaele Riario, or Raffaele Sansoni Otti Riario, an Italian cardinal of the Renaissance, mainly known as the constructor of the Palazzo de Cancelleria, and the person who invited Michelangelo to Rome. He was a patron of the arts. That guy was born on 3rd. Art lover alert. Anyways, 1469. Nice. Niccolo Machiavelli. Oh, Machiavelli! Italian historian and philosopher. He is best known for his political treatise, The Prince, written around 1513, but not published until 1532, 5 years after his death. I think, people still talk about things being Machiavellian in reference to his writing style. That guy was a May 3rd guy. 1479, Henry V Duke of Mecklenburg, nicknamed the Peaceful, was the reigning Duke of Mecklenburg in the region Mecklenburg-Schwerin, the son of Duke Magnus II and Sophie of Pomerania-Stettin. Interesting. 1481. Juana de la Cruz Vasquez Gutierrez, Spanish abbess of the Franciscan Third Order Regular. Known to be a mystic, she was authorized to preach publicly, an extraordinary permission for women. Living at the start of the Spanish mysticism's golden age, she counted. Shoutouts to Mystic! Yay! 1536. Stefan Praetorius, German Lutheran theologian and pastor. It doesn't really say anything else about him, so we'll take a look. Born in Svalbard, he was not a lot is. He didn't really do all that much. Births drop off for a bit on May 3rd, but now we get to 1601 to 1900. In 1632, Catherine of St. Augustine, Osha, French canonist regular, who was instrumental in the development of the Hotel Dieu de Quebec in the colony of New France. She has been beatified by the Catholic Church. She's a French-Canadian nurse and candidate for sainthood. Good. I guess shoutouts to Quebec. In 1662, Matthaus Daniel Poppelmann, German architect, signed the Pillnitz Castle, was born. He also helped to rebuild Dresden after the fire of 1685. His most famous work is the Schwinger Palace. Neat. 1678, Amaro Pargo, Spanish corsair. There's a lot of middle names. He was a Spanish privateer and slave trader. So he's like a pirate. Shit-ass guy. Pargo was noted for his commercial activities and for his frequent religious donations and aid to the poor. I don't think that really excused the fucking slave trade guy. In his role as a privateer, he targeted trade routes between Cadiz and the Caribbean, on several occasions attracting British and Dutch merchant ships. Earning recognition in his time as a hero and coming to be regarded as the Spanish equivalent of Francis Drake. He was declared a Caballero Hidalgo in 1725 and attained certification of nobility and royal arms. I really don't fucking think that excused the whole slave trade thing. I'm not gonna let that go, Amaro. I'm not gonna let that go. I'm not letting it go, man. 1695. Henri Pitot, French physician and engineer who invented the Pitot tube, was born. Measures fluid flow velocity. Oh, neat. It says that's it. That's all. That's all he did. In 1729, Florian Leopold Gaussmann, Czech composer, was born. A German-speaking Bohemian opera composer of the transitional period between the Baroque and Classical eras. He was one of the principal composers of Drama Giocoso, immediately before Mozart. He was one of Antonio Salieri's teachers. To put that all into perspective, what's the word? I can like put this up on YouTube real quick. Put that up on YouTube, or I guess they might have one of his compositions in here. I'll just look him up on YouTube. And hope that it pulls up his music. We're gonna look at, here we go. So I guess for reference, when it says that, Antonio Salieri, that's an important guy. To put that in perspective, Antonio Salieri was basically the rival to Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, which you might know about him. You might know Mozart. To put that into perspective, dude, this is the guy that taught Antonio Salieri. This is one of the foundational greats, therefore. Someone who taught the people who would rival the people we think of as the masters of classical music. This guy is a pretty big fucking deal. May 3rd. Anyways, we're gonna take a break because I said I was gonna use the bathroom and it's been a hot minute. So yeah, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna try and finish the Wikipedia article and then move on to some of the other interesting May 3rd facts before potentially playing a video game of some sort. Hi, I'm back. Alright, back to Wikipedia, I guess. Where the fuck were we? Oh, yeah, Gassman. In 1761, August von Kotzebue was a German playwright and author. He also worked as a Russian diplomat. Cool. 1764, Princess Elizabeth of France, known as Madame Elizabeth, oh yeah, was a French princess. She was the youngest child of Louis Dauphin of France and Duchess Maria Josepha of Saxony, and was a sister of King Louis. I can't tell what fucking number that is. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, so this is... Okay, hold on. Elizabeth's father, the Dauphin, was the son and heir of King... King Louis the 15th, and his popular wife, Queen Mary. I'm not pronouncing that. Elizabeth remained beside her brother and his family during the French Revolution, and she was executed during the Reign of Terror at the Palace de la Révolution. The cause for her beatification and canonization has been introduced by the Catholic Church, and she has been declared a servant of God by Pope Pius the 12th. So to put that back into perspective, this is the sister of King Louis the 16th. That King Louis the 16th. This is Marie Antoinette's stepsister. So yeah, that should tell you pretty much everything you need to know. Cool that I guess that's why I like that sort of part of French history. I don't think they talk about her in Rose of Versailles, but they should. She's legitimately an interesting person. 1768. Charles Tennant, Scottish chemist and businessman, was born. He discovered bleaching powder and founded an industrial dynasty. This is the guy responsible for bleach. If you've ever drunk it, here's who you have to thank for your death. 1783. Jose de la Riva Agüero, Peruvian soldier and politician, first president of Peru and second president of North Peru. And it was a constituent country of the Peru-Bolivian Confederation. Okay, cool. 1814. Adams George Archibald, Canadian lawyer and politician, fourth lieutenant governor of Nova Scotia. He was a father of the Confederation. Okay, cool. Canadian man. 1826. Charles 15th of Sweden was born. Or Karl. He was the king of Sweden and Norway, and therefore often referred to as Charles IV. From the 8th of July 1859 until his death in 1872. Charles was the third Swedish monarch from the House of Bernadotte. He was the first one to be born in Sweden, and the first to grow up speaking Swedish as a first language, I presume. Okay, cool. 1844. Richard d'Oyly Carte, English talent agent and composer. He was also a theatrical impresario and hotelier. During the latter half of the Victorian era, he built two of London's theatres and a hotel empire, while also establishing an opera company that ran continuously for over 100 years and a management agency representing some of the most important artists of the day. So he's called, hold on,
D'Oyly Carte.
Doyley. It literally is Doyley. It lasted until 1982. Gilbert and Sullivan sounds familiar. Gilbert and Sullivan refers to the Victorian era theatrical partnership between dramaticist S.W. Gilbert and the composer Arthur Sullivan. And let's see. Pirates of Penzance and The Mikado. Patience. I see. Goodness me. Really interesting. Okay, so that was all of that was responsible because Doyley Carte decided to do some stuff. And he was born on May 3rd. In 1849, Jacob Riis, Danish-American journalist and photographer, is born. He was also a social reformer, a muckraking journalist, and a social documentary photographer. He contributed significantly to the cause of urban reform in the United States of America at the turn of the 20th century. This is interesting. He is known for using his photographic and journalistic talents to help the impoverished in New York City. Those impoverished New Yorkers were the subject of most of his prolific writings in photography. He endorsed the implementation of modern tenements in New York. With the help of humanitarian Lawrence Vaylor. He was an early proponent of the newly practicable casual photography and one of the first to adopt photographic flash. While living in New York, Riis experienced poverty and became a police reporter, writing about the quality of life in the slums. He attempted to alleviate the poor living conditions of poor people by exposing these conditions to the middle and upper classes. Nice. Okay, so he's like a cool guy. So this is, I think, one of his like photographs. Bandits Roost, 59 and a half Mulberry Street. From How the Other Half Lives. This portrays the infamous Mulberry Bend, which was transformed into Mulberry Park in 1897 due to Reese's efforts. The Trench in Potter's Field. Laborers loading coffins into an open trench at the city burial ground on Hart's Island. Jeez. So, like, I guess the idea is that when you were poor in that time, instead of giving you a nice, like, specific burial part in the cemetery, they just loaded your ass up in a trench with the rest of the, poor motherfuckers. God. That's... Okay, same year, Bernhard von Bülow, Prince of Bülow, German soldier and politician, Chancellor of Germany. A fervent supporter... Hold on. Maybe it also give me pronunciation proper. Of wet politic. Bülow devoted his chancellorship to transforming Germany into a global power. Despite presiding over sustained economic growth and major technological advancements within his company, his government's foreign policy did much to antagonize France and Great Britain, therefore contributing significantly to the outbreak of World War I, a conflict that resulted in the fall of the German Empire. Ah, dang it. Disaster Man! Okay. 1854. George Core, American baseball player and manager, is born. Sports. Cool. He looks good. 1859. August Herman, American executive in Major League Baseball, is born. Sports 2. 1860. Vito Volterra, Italian mathematician and physicist, is born. Known for his contribution to mathematical biology and integral equations, being one of the founders of functional analysis. 1867. I think I recognize one. Andy Bowen, boxer, was an American lightweight boxer known for fighting the world's longest boxing match, which took place in 1893 against Jack Burke. Did he win? It was declared a no contest. Burke broke all of the bones in one of his hands and was bedridden for 6 weeks. He had considered retiring after the fight, but chose to continue competing. Jesus. Okay, last fight and death. Bowen's fight after Kid Levine, George Henry Kid Levine. Nice. Okay, was his 27th and last fight. The injury that killed him was inflicted on the 18th round when Levine knocked him down and he hit his head on the wooden canvas. Bowen never regained consciousness and died at 7 a.m. the next morning, aged 27. At first, Levine was arrested for Bowen's death, but was found to be innocent of any wrongdoing following a coroner's inquest. Bowen's death was listed as from hitting his head on the ring floor. He positive win record. 50 wins to 4 losses. That's pretty good. He lost his he lost his last fight, obviously. Died. KO, but also he's died. The previous 2 fights were draws. He won against Jack Everhart. The longest fight was, of course, not a contest. And yeah, holy shit. Did he win his first? Nope. Jim Glass, of all people. It was a draw. But he had a long history of winning. He lost his first fight here against Charlie Johnson. But yeah, Andy Bowen was born on May 3rd, and he was kind of interesting. The same year, J.T. Hearn, English cricketer, was born. Cricket is the British variation on baseball that is weird with it. His aggregate of 3,061 first-class wickets is the greatest of any bowler of medium pace or above, and his 257 wickets in 1896 is the 10th highest total on record. So he's kind of like a legend. In 1870, Princess Helena Victoria of, not gonna read that, informally known by her family as Tora, was the granddaughter of Queen Victoria of the United Kingdom. On July 1907, she was simply addressed as Princess Helena Victoria. Okay, cool. 1871. Emmett Dalton, American criminal. He was an outlaw, train robber, and member of the Dalton Gang of the American Old West. Part of a gang that attempted to rob 2 banks in Coffeyville, Kansas on October 5th, 1892. He was the only member of 5 to survive, despite receiving 23 gunshot wounds. 2 of his brothers were killed. After serving 14 years in prison for the crime, Dalton was pardoned. He later capitalized on his notoriety, both as a writer and an actor. His 1918 serial story Beyond the Law was adapted as a like-named silent film, in which he played himself. His 1931 book, Where the Daltons Rode, was adapted as a 1940 film of the same name. Shit. He later asserted that he never fired a shot during the Coffeyville bank robbery. I don't know if I believe that, sir. Kind of a sleigh, honestly. Kind of a sleigh. 1873. German-Ukrainian general and politician Helmut of Ukraine, which is a head of state and commander-in-chief. that throughout the 1918 following a coup d'etat in April 29 of the same year. Interesting. Okay, 1874, the next year, Francois Coty was a French businessman and publisher. Founded, Coty Inc., an American multinational beauty company. Okay, so if you've ever purchased anything from Coty or one of its 40 brands or so, that was because of Francis Coty, and who was also a patron of the arts. He is considered the founding father of the modern perfume industry. Well, damn. Okay, cool. May 3rd with it. Same year, 1874. I'm gonna need help with this one.
Vagn Valfrid Ekman.
That guy. Swedish oceanographer and academic. Okay, cool. Next, 1877, Carl Abraham, German psychoanalyst and author. Was a collaborator of Sigmund Freud, who called him his best pupil. Oh, that does not give me the best vibe. We could take a small look. His studies in medicine enabled him to take position at the hospital where Eugene Lerner practiced. The setting of this hospital initially introduced him to the psychoanalysis of Carl Gustav Jung. And yet he chose Freud. And yet his ass chose Freud. In 1907, he had his first contact with Sigmund Freud, with whom he developed a lifetime relationship. He founded the Berliner Society of Psychoanalysis. Carl Abraham collaborated with Freud on the understanding of manic depressive illness, leading to Freud's paper on mourning and melancholia. He was the analyst of Melanie Klein. I'm just gonna go ahead and No, hold on. It looks like she trained under Abraham. Okay, so it looks like her primary thing was child psychoanalysis. Like, working in, like... I see. Okay. Okay, so, it's hard to say. This all seems kind of fucked. Yeah, lung infection and lung cancer. I think the problem is a lot of Freud's crew and crowd smoked cigarettes a lot. Now, it doesn't happen all the time, but smoking cigarettes is generally bad for you, generally. You know. 1879, Fergus McMaster, Australian businessman and soldier, co-founded Qantas. More fucking planes. Oh, fuck. Yeah, Queensland and Northern Territory Aerial Services Limited. Qantas. Okay, so more planes to crash. Cool. In 1886, Marcel Dupree, who does not have a picture. Oh, he does have a picture. French organist and composer was born. Okay. I'm interested. Bring up YouTube. Bring up YouTube. This is like an actual video of him. He's kind of sick with it. It did kind of sound like nonsense. Whatever. Cool that he did that. He was born on May 3rd. That's kind of interesting to me because, like, members of my family technically are, into that sort of thing. 1887, Marika Kotopouli, Greek actress, born. Let's see. Not a lot about her. Had Road. The Wrong Road. This appears to be it. Okay, Christina and Chrysola are two teenage friends in Zakynthos and they are completely different as characters. Christina is ugly but honest, while Chrysola is beautiful but scandalizes the neighborhood with her private behavior. So it's the classic buddy dynamic of oh, she's ugly but she's like nice, versus this one is beautiful but oh, but kind of a bitch. And presumably it's all in Greek. Okay, here's a more, straightforward. The poor but honest, and the wealthy but frivolous. Okay. Interesting, interesting. It was the first fully sound synchronized Greek in picture. You can also add that it was also the only film where Ika Kotopoli starred in. And she starred in it. Based on a novel by Grigorios Xenopoulos. Seems like he was a kind of a big deal in Greece. She seems like one of those artists who are really only popular in their home country. Like, she sounds like she's a big deal in, Greece. Okay, 1889. Bula Bondi, American actress. Played eccentric mothers and later grandmothers and wives, although she was known for numerous other roles. Young child. Okay, I can look at this. She reprised her role in Street Scene for the 1931 film version. She played supporting roles in several films during the 1930s and was twice nominated for an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress. She played the mother of Jane Stewart in 4 films: Oh Human Hearts, Vivacious Lady, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, and It's a Wonderful Life. Although at her height in Hollywood from the 1930s and 50s, Bondi never retired, and she continued well acting until her late years, at the age of 87, winning an Emmy Award for her guest star role on The Waltons in 1976. Huh. This is a picture of her from her guest starring role on the television program Wagon Train. She also, this is a image of her in The Unholy Wife. These are a list of her stuffs. Let me see. It's kind of, yeah. She appeared in a lot of TV as well. Yeah. She seemed like she was a big deal. Same year, Gottfried Fuchs. Let's go, German Canadian Olympic soccer player. He scored a then world record 10 goals for the German national team in a 16-0 win against Russia at the 1912 Olympics. Whoa. He left Germany to escape the Holocaust as he was Jewish. Awesome. Get him out of there. And ultimately emigrated to Canada. Nice. Oh. Oh shit. He was a direct descendant of Rashi. Whoa. That's kind of sick with it. Okay, that's cool. That's actually really cool. 1891. Tadeusz Paper, Polish poet and critic. Okay, he was an art critic, a theoretician of literature, and one of the precursors of the avant-garde movement in Polish poetry. Oh, It's gonna be an opposite situation to Fox, where he's actually an asshole because of the Catholicism thing. Co-founder of the Awangarda Krakowska, Krakow Avant-Garde group of writers. In 1921, in the Second Polish Republic, he founded the Zwrotnica, the railroad switch monthly, devoted mostly to avant-garde movements and contemporary poetry. Although short-lived, the magazine, issued until 1923 and then briefly reactivated between 1926 and 27, paved the way for young poets of the avant-garde movement, among them Julian Przyboś. Interesting. Jan Bryskowski, and Jalu Kurek. Piper also published 3 notable collections of poems, which were among the most notable pieces of constructivist Polish poetry. As an artist, Paper believed that a writer should resemble a skilled craftsman, able to carefully plan his words. He coined the 3XM slogan, Misato Masa Machine, City Mass Machine, one of the memes of Polish poetry of the 1920s. Soon after World War II, he wrote for Tygodnik Powszechny or something, I don't know, about Adam Mickiewicz. Until his retirement, Piper worked for Jerzy Borysiuk. Interesting. So he seemed like he was a decent guy. His page is small. Holy shit. Okay. That guy was born on the 3rd. Same year, Epa Rixey Jr., actually, nicknamed Jephthah, an American baseball pitcher who played 21 seasons for the Philadelphia Phillies and Cincinnati Reds in Major League Baseball as a left-handed pitcher. Okay, cool. 1892, George Paget Thomson, English physicist and academic, Nobel Prize laureate. He shared the 1937 Nobel Prize in Physics with Clinton Davidson for his discovery of the wave properties of the electron by electron diffraction. Oh, neat. Okay, cool. So, everybody who love electrons, shout outs to Thomson. He did that. In same year, Jacob Viner, Canadian-American economist and academic, and is considered with Frank Knight and Henry Simons to be one of the aspiring mentors of the early Chicago School of Economics in the 1930s. He was one of the leading figures of the Chicago faculty. Cool, okay. 1893, Konstantin Gamasakurdia, Georgian author. writer and public figure. Educated and first published in Germany, he married Western European influences to purely Georgian thematic to produce his best works such as The Right Hand of the Grand and Master and David the Builder. Hostile to the Soviet rule, he was nevertheless one of the few leading Georgian writers to have survived the Stalin-era repressions, despite exile to a White Sea island and several arrests. His works are noted for their character portrayals of great psychological insight. Another major feature of Gamsakhardia's writings is a new subtlety infused into Georgian diction, imitating an archaic language to create a sense of classism. Konstantin Gamsakhardia's son Zviad became a notable Soviet era dissident who was subsequently the first president of Georgia in 1991, but died under suspicious circumstances in the Civil War in 1993. 1993! He sounds like a neat dude. He opposed he opposed Stalin. That's cool. 1895. Cornelius van Til, Dutch philosopher, theologian, and apologist, who is credited as being the originator of modern presuppositional apologetics. What the fuck does that mean? Hold on. Shortened to presuppositionalism is the epistemological school of Christian apologetics that examines the presuppositions on which worldviews are based and invites comparison and contrast between the results of those presuppositions. It claims that apart from presuppositions, one could not make any human experience, and there can be no set of neutral assumptions from which to reason with a non-Christian. Presuppositionalists claim that Christians cannot consistently declare their belief in the necessary existence of the God of the Bible and simultaneously argue on the basis of a different set of assumptions that God may not exist and biblical revelation may not be true. Two schools of this exists based on the different teachings of Cornelius and then Gordon Haddon Clark. It contrasts with classical apologetics and evidential apologetics. The assholes compare their presupposition against other ultimate standards such as reason, empirical experience, and subject feeling, claiming presupposition in this context is a belief that takes precedence over another and therefore serves as a criterion for another. An ultimate preposition is a belief over which no other takes precedence. For a Christian, the content of Scripture must serve as his ultimate presupposition. This doctrine is merely the outworking of the lordship of the Christian God in the area of human thought. It merely applies the doctrine of scriptural infallibility to the realm of knowing. In layman's terms, essentially, it sounds to me like you're taking the word of the Bible to be set in stone versus like interpretations. It's Christian bullshit. Flat out, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. 1896. Karl Allmenröder, German soldier and pilot. World War I flying ace credited with 30 aerial victories. The medical student, son of a preacher father, was seasoned in the trenches as an 18-year-old artilleryman in the early days of the First World War, earning promotion via battlefield. Commissioned to lieutenant on the 30th of March. After transferring to aviation and serving some time as an artillery spotter in two-seater airplanes, he transferred to flying fighter aircraft with Jagdstaffel 11 in November of 1916 as Manfred von Richthofen's protege. Karl Allmenröder scored the first of his 30 confirmed victories on the 16th of February 1917, flying a Scarlet Albatros D3 trimmed out with white nose elevators. Allmenröder would score a constant string of aerial victories until the 26th of June 17th, the day before his death. The next day, he was shot down near Zillebeek, Belgium. His posthumous legacy of patriotic courage would later be abused as propaganda by the Nazis. You hate to hear it, but he sounds like he was an okay dude otherwise. He just he was a pretty good pilot. It's, you hate to hear about it. Anyway, same year, V.K. Krishna Menon does not have a papa. This guy. The name Bengali Krishnan is a patronymic, and the person should be referred to by the given name Krishna Menon. A patronymic is a component of a personal name based on the given name of one's father, grandfather, or an earlier male ancestor. So it's basically, his father's and grandfather's name, I guess, attached to his. He was an Indian lawyer, jurist, and politician, an Indian minister of defense. He was a close confidant of, I can't pronounce that first name, Nehru, who was an anti-colonial nationalist, secular humanist, social democrat, and statesman. He seems like an okay guy. He was described as the second most powerful man in India during his premiership. He led and represented the India League, which was an English-based organization. It campaigned for the full independence and self-governance of British India. The principal organization in promoting Indian nationalism in pre-war Britain. So this is sounding like good stuff. Post-independence, he was a central figure in early Cold War international diplomacy, facilitating resolutions in situations as diverse as the Suez Crisis, the Korean War, the invasion of Hungary, Cyprus, Indochina, Taiwan, and the Chinese capture of American airmen, all while publicly advocating the anti-colonial ethos of what would eventually name the non-aligned movement, which is a forum of 120 countries that are not formally aligned with or against any major power bloc. It was founded with the view to advancing interest to the developing countries in the context of Cold War confrontation. And after it looks like it's the largest grouping of states after the United Nations, earning him such some in the West as India's Rasputin and Mephistopheles in a Savile Row suit by those who feared the magnitude of his influence over Nehru and the Indian government, and his commitment to neutralism between the United States and the Soviet Union. During his heyday, he variously served as High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, as Ambassador to the United Nations, Minister without Portfolio, and Defense Minister. This guy seems like he was ballin'. Noted for his eloquence, brilliance, and forceful and highly abrasive personality, Menon inspired widespread adulation as well as angry detraction in both India and the West. To his supporters, he was an unapologetic campaign of India in the face of Western imperialism, who famously taught the white man his place. Hell yeah! To his Western detractors, he was Nehru's evil genius. Hell yeah! He's ballin'. U.S. President Dwight Eisenhower characterized him as a menace, governed by an ambition to prove himself the master international manipulator and politician of the age. But Indian President K.R. Narayanan eulogized him as a truly great man. He was described by some as the second most powerful man in India, in consequence of which he frequently acted as Nehru's plenipotentiary as well. Domestically, he wrote the first draft of the preamble to the Constitution of India, conceptualized and created the Constituent Assembly of India, and worked closely with Nehru, Mountbatten, Sardar Patel, and V.P. Menon, which I assume is like a relative of his, to work out the mechanics of Indian independence. Later, as defense minister, Menon aggressively created and accelerated India's domestic military-industrial complex and educational systems, establishing the Sainik schools, the Defense Research and Developmental Organization, or Dr. Do, Spanish agency Incospar, later IRSO, and numerous other educational and research institutions, while accelerating and professionalizing the National Cadet Corps and similar entities. I kind of understand why Dwight Eisenhower characterized this guy as a menace to, to the United States, because for all intents and purposes, this was the guy pushing India to be a first world country. Of course, America is going to be afraid of this guy. He's actively pushing India to be good. This guy rules. From Indian independence until late 1962, he was internationally and domestically viewed as India's de facto foreign minister and foreign policy director, as well as a roving plenipotentiary speaking with Nehru's voice and authority, a frequent source of consternation to Indian diplomats, as established as Nehru's own sister, this lady, who found herself instantly sidelined whenever Menon engaged at the United Nations. There's a lot of this. I think the general consensus is he ruled. Anyways, he resigned in the wake of the Sino-Indian War, also known as the China-India War, or the Indochina War, following allegations of India's military unpreparedness. But he remained counselor to Nehru, a member of the parliament, and an elder statesman until his death. That was... I keep getting onto this page. I'm gonna get on there eventually just to take a look at that in a second. 1896, same year, Jodie Smith, English author and playwright. She's best known for writing I Capture the Castle and the children's novel 101 Dalmatians. This is. Hold on a second. This is the woman responsible for 101 Dalmatians. The 101 Dalmatians was adapted into a 1961 animated film and a 1996 live-action film, both produced by Disney. Her novel, I Captured the Castle, was voted number 82 as one of the nation's 100 best-loved novels, and polls by the British public as part of the BBC's The Big Read 2003, and was adapted to a film the same year. 101 Dalmatians. Smith and Beasley loved dogs and kept Dalmatians as pets. At one point, the couple had 9 of them. The first was named Pongo, which became the name Smith used for the canine protagonist of her 101 Dalmatians novel. Miss Smith had the idea for the novel when one of her friends observed a group of her Dalmatians and said, "Those dogs would make a lovely fur coat." The novel has been adapted by Disney twice. Although both of the Disney films spawned a sequel film, 101 Dalmatians 2 Patches London, an adventure, and 102 Dalmatians. Neither sequel has any connection to Smith's own sequel, The Starlight Barking. That's so funny. It literally is a situation where, like, it literally is like this is literally Dodie Smith looking at her life and being like, "Oh, we have a bunch of dogs. This is how like my man and me met. My friend is an asshole," and was like, "Oh, your dogs make a good fur coat." And Dodie was so aghast. She had a whole mind tirade about that, and was like, "Well, what if this happened?" I wonder how her friend felt about that. I wonder how her friend feels about being the inspiration for Cruella the fucking DeVille. Known cunty woman Cruella DeVille. Hold on. For reference. Known cunt of woman, both serving and personality, Cruella DeVille. Who in every instance of her, outside of like, you know, the new live action film, is a massive cunt who is evil. Anyways, this is a picture of Cruella if she won. Cause like, look at that. That is so... May 3rd! Dodie Smith, that is euphoric. Finally some good fucking food. I mean, the composers are also good. William Joseph Brown, on 1897, Canadian lawyer and politician, 20th Solicitor General of Canada. He served in the Newfoundland House of Assembly and in the House of Commons of Canada. Cool. 1898, Septima Poinsett Clark, American educator and activist. Let's go! And civil rights, let's go! Clark developed the literacy and citizenship workshops and played an important role in the drive for voting rights and civil rights for African Americans in the civil rights movements. Love it. Love it. Same year, Golda Meir, Ukrainian-Israeli educator and politician, 4th Prime Minister of... Oh, no. She was Israel's first and only female head of government. I don't even want to justify her ass with looking into her page. Free Palestine. Fuck Israel. Anyway, 1901 to present. 1902, Alfred Kastler, German-French physicist and poet, Nobel Prize laureate. He is known for the development of optical pumping. What? is a process in which light is used to raise electrons from a lower energy level in an atom to or molecule to a higher one. It is commonly used in laser construction to pump the active laser medium so as to achieve population inversion. Okay, so smart shit that I don't understand. Okay, cool. Holy shit! 1903, Bing Crosby? That's Bing Crosby. That's Bing Crosby. I didn't know this. I've heard of Bing Crosby, but I had not know this. Okay, history lesson time. Bing Crosby, if you didn't know, was an American singer and actor, the first multimedia star. He was one of the most popular and influential music artists. Hold on, thank you. Artists of the 20th century worldwide. He was a leader in record sales, network radio ratings, and motion picture grosses from 1926 to 77. He was one of the first global cultural icons. Crosby had over 70 feature films and recorded more than 1,600 songs. I'm pretty sure he was also kind of a jerk to his family. Like, White Christmas, yes! Okay, so here's the thing. If you're familiar with HB Holotones, Holly, and her wife Puz, Anonymous Puzzle Gamer, you'll have heard them talk about White Christmas quite a few times. The 1954 American musical film White Christmas. That's the motherfucker. And he was born on May 3rd. Here's the thing. I have been well aware of, like, hold on. Hold on. I have been well aware of Bing Crosby since my childhood. Because, like, hold on. If it pulls up the first one. This thing! This fucking thing. This illustration. Bing Crosby's White Christmas album. Is a staple, if not the film, of white American Christmas is, everything into, like, the modern era. The amount of times I have heard this album, it's a Christmas tradition. It really is. It's like, no, like, for the white bitches of America, it's a Christmas tradition. It is. If not the film, if not the film, the soundtrack. Bing Crosby is a known entity, but the one thing I did not know is that I share a birthday with the motherfucker. Okay, cool. That's amazing. Honestly. That's so fucking interesting. 1905, Red Ruffing, American baseball pitcher and coach. He played for the Boston Red Sox. Ooh, that's nice. That's my team. Because I like the Red Sox, not because I've ever been to Boston. 1906, Mary Astor, American actress. Although her career spanned several decades, she may be best remembered for her performance as Bridget O'Shaughnessy in The Maltese Falcon. I feel like I've heard of her. Yeah, I feel like I've heard of Mary Astor. Neat. Okay, cool. 1906, same year. Anna Roosevelt Halstead, American journalist and author, who worked as a newspaper editor and in public relationships. Halstead also wrote 2 children's books published in the 1930s. She was the eldest child and only daughter of U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, who you may have heard of, and First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, who you may have heard of. Halstead assisted her father and his advisor during World War II. She worked with her second husband, Clarence John Bodeger, at the Seattle Post-Intelligencer, serving as editor of the women's pages for several years. She later worked in public relations for universities. In 1963, JFK appointed her to the Citizens Advisory Council on the Status of Women. She also served for several years as a vice chairman for the President's Commission for the Observance of Human Rights. So she sounds like a baller lady. I mean, she's Roosevelt's daughter. So she's kind of a baller in that, right? I'm pretty sure she's like, hold on. Siblings. Roosevelt family. So she's, I think, hold on. Let me see. We go to. Okay, so that's. Okay, so. Okay, so Roosevelt. Oh, Teddy. He's the older one. So did Franklin enroll? Huh. He was a Roosevelt, okay. Oh, they are all Roosevelt. Okay. All very interesting. Okay, so one of the Roosevelts was born on May 3rd, which is kind of baller, and she was kind of a baller girl. Honestly, slay. 1910, Norman Corwin, American screenwriter and producer. What the fuck does that sound familiar? His earliest and biggest successes were in the writing and directing of radio drama during the 1930s and 40s. Corwin was among the first producers to regularly use entertainment, even light entertainment, to tackle serious social issues. He's seen as a peer of Orson Welles and William N. Robson. We know about Orson. You know Orson. Came free with your knowledge. Rod Serling. Isn't that the guy? Oh, that's the Twilight Zone guy. Says so right there. Gene Roddenberry, Star Trek. Norman Lear, All in the Family. Babylon 5 guy. And Yuri Rosovsky. His work. Ray Bradbury, Charles Kuralt, who did the news. The Fire Sign Theater. Okay, and Robert Altman. I think I've heard that name. Oh yeah, Robin Williams. I miss you every day, Robin. God damn it. I feel like I've heard the name Corwin before. Okay. 1912. Virgil Fox, American organist and composer. Known for his years as organist at Riverside Church in New York City from 1946 to 1965, and his flamboyant heavy organ concerts of the music of Bach in the 1970s staged complete with light shows. Interesting. Okay, another organist. Cool. Same year. Mary Sarton, American poet, novelist, and memoirist. It was her pen name. She was born Eleanor Marie Sarton, a Belgian-American novelist, poet, and memoirist. Although her best work is strongly personalized with erotic female imagery, she resisted the label of lesbian writer, preferring to convey the universality of human love. Yeah, okay, girlie. I think she might be denying something. I mean, it'd be a slay if you were just honest with us, but okay, girl. 1913, William Ing, American playwright and novelist, whose works typically feature solitary protagonists encumbered with strange sexual relationships. In the early 1950s, he had a string of memorable Broadway productions, including Picnic. I'm interested. Which earned him a Pulitzer Prize with his portraits of small-town life and settings rooted in American heartland. Ing became known as the playwright of the Midwest. Picnic, Glory in the Flowers, different angle of Mr. Ing. Bus Stop. The Dark at the Top of the Stairs, A Loss of Roses, Natural Affection, The Last Pad. Ooh. It's a sleigh. Summer Brave is Ing's reworking of Picnic. Splendor in the Grass. Okay, good man. Work. Nice. 1914. Georges Emmanuel Clancier, French journalist, author, and poet. He won the Prix Goncourt Poetry, the Grand Prize of the Académie Française, and the Grand Prize of Société des Lettres. Cool. Okay. 1915. Stu Hart, Canadian wrestler and trainer, founded Stampede Wrestling. Okay. Okay, cool. 1917. Betty Comden, American screenwriter and librettist. An American lyricist, playwright, and screenwriter who contributed to numerous Hollywood musicals and Broadway shows of the mid 20th century. Her writing partnership with Adolph Green spanned 6 years. Kind of interested. The longest running creative partnership in theater history. Or 6 decades, okay. The musical comedy duo of Comden and Green collaborated most notably with composers Jewel Stein and Leonard Bernstein, as well enjoyed success with Singing in the Rain as part of the famed Freed unit at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Huh. Okay, so what the fuck is a librettist? Adolph Green. Along with John, Judy Holliday, and Leonard Burns. They performed the troupe, the Reviewers, and they performed at the Village Vanguard. The Reviewers appeared in the 1944 film Greenwich Village. Barely noticed and returned to New York. $1 Billion Baby. Aw. Good news and the Barksleys of Broadway. Ooh. Oh, holy shit, okay. Alright, okay. So what I'm getting from all this is that Betty Comden, alongside her collaborator and longtime friend Adolph Green, are basically the foundation of all comedy in Broadway, basically. That's kind of a sleigh. Get it, girl. Holy shit, hooray. Same year, 1917, George Gaines, Finnish-American actor, was born. Did he do anything I know about? So in the War Netherlands. Gaines' most recognized roles were that of commanded Eric Lassard in the Police Academy series, and as John Van Horn in the 1982 film Tootsie. He appeared as lovable foster parent in Punky Brewster. Huh. Interesting. Okay, cool. He was born. Kiro Gligorov, Macedonian politician and first president of the Republic of Macedonia. Interesting. 1918, next year. Ted Bates, English footballer and manager. That is soccer. Okay, that's cool. 1919, Pete Seeger, American singer, songwriter, guitarist, and activist. Feel the Weavers. Interesting. Okay. So he was an ally. Let's go. He wrote "Where Have All the Flowers Gone?" That's a really good song. Woo! So this guy was oh man, this guy ruled. Okay, cool, man. John Lewis in 1920, American pianist and composer. Ooh, best known as the founder and musical director of the Modern Jazz Quintet. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm pretty sure that tells me all I need. Sugar Ray Robinson, American boxer. I feel like I've heard of that name. This is when it gets closer to shit I've heard of. He's a boxer. Cool. 1922, Len Shackleton, English footballer and journalist. Known as the Clown Prince of Football, he is generally regarded as one of English football's finest ever entertainers. He also played cricket in the minor counties of Northumberland. Okay, cool. 1923, Ralph Hall, American lieutenant lawyer and politician, who served as the United States representative for Texas's 4th Congressional District from 1981 to 2015. He was first elected in 1980 and was the chairman of the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology from 2011 to 2013. He was also a member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce in 2014. He switched to the Republican Party after having been a member of the Democratic Party for more than 50 years. Ooh. Not a good look. Not a good look. But he was born May 3rd. Cool, cool. 1924. Yehuda Amichai, German-Israeli author and poet. Okay, but he was one of the first to write in colloquial Hebrew in modern times. But we're not giving any flowers to Israel. No. 1924. Ken Tyrrell, English race car driver, founded Tyrrell Racing. And founder of the Tyrrell Formula One constructor. Okay. 1928. Dave Dudley, American singer-songwriter. Interesting. Okay. 1928. Jacques Louis Lyons, French mathematician. Made contributions to the theory of partial differential equations and to stochastic control, among other areas. He received the Siemens John von Neumann Lecture Prize in 1986 and numerous other distinctions. Okay, cool. Math with it. 1929. Helen Walulik, American baseball player. Hell yeah. Utility who played in the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League. Okay, I'm not sure. I guess it's like her stats. She was 5'8" 120 pounds, and batted and threw right-handed. Okay, girlie, get it. 1930. Juan Gelman, Argentinian poet and author. He was a naturalized citizen of Mexico, where he arrived as a political exile of the process, the military junta that ruled Argentina from 1967 to 1983. Interesting. 1932. Robert Osborne, American actor and historian. Oh, he was the host for Turner Classic Movies for over 20 years. That's cool. Turner Classic Movies is cool. At least it was. I'm not sure if it still is. 1933. James Brown. What? That James Brown? I think everybody should know who James Brown is. Like, it's James Brown. This guy is like one of the foundational dudes for like funk and that kind of music. Like, damn. That's real cool. James Brown is a cool guy. 1933. Stephen Weinberg, American physicist and academic, Nobel Prize laureate. Died as recently as 2021. Interesting. Contributions with Abdus Salam and Sheldon Glasgow to the unification of the weak force and electromagnetic interaction between elementary particles. Okay, cool. 1934. Henry Cooper, English boxer and sportscaster. He was undefeated in British and Commonwealth heavyweight championship contests for 12 years and held the European heavyweight title for 3 in 1993 in a 1963 fight against a young Cassius Clay, who we know as Muhammad Ali. He knocked Clay down in round 4 before the fight was stopped in round 5 due to a cut to his eye, Cooper's eye. In 1996, he fought Ali a second time. Ali was then the world heavyweight champion. However, Cooper got TKO'd again. He was twice voted BBC's Sports Personality of the Year. After retiring in 1971, and after retiring in 1971 following a controversial loss to Joe Bugner, remained a popular public figure. He is the only British boxer to have been awarded a knighthood. Hell yeah. Cool. The jobber of all time. Anyways, 1934. Georges Moustaki, Egyptian French singer, songwriter, and guitarist. Ooh. He was of Greek Jewish in origin. Ooh, he wrote over about 300 songs for some of the most popular singers in French, including Edith Piaf, Dalida Francois Hardy, Yves Montand, Barbara, Bridget Fontaine, Herbert Hogni, Francis Gall, and others. So he seems pretty prolific. That's pretty cool. 1934, Frankie Valli, American singer and actor. Better known as his title, okay, is an American singer and occasional actor, best known as the frontman of the Four Seasons. He is known for his unusually powerful lead falsetto voice. Oh man, I think I remember. Oh shit! Okay, so it's this. Oh, what a night! That guy! So this is the cool guy. Okay, cool. Actually, no, we're gonna put that fucking song on. We're gonna fucking listen to Oh What a Night because that's a banger. This is a good ass fucking song. Or is this the song I'm thinking of? No, I think this is it. Yeah, this is it.
Late December back in '63. What a very special time for me. As I remember what a night.
Yeah, this is a baller ass song.
Oh, what a night. You know I didn't even know her name. But I was never gonna be the same. What a lady, what a night. Oh, I got a funny feeling when she walked in the room. Hey, mine. 'Cause I recall it ended much too soon. Oh, what a night. Hypnotizing.
Fucking high note, it's so good.
She was everything I dreamed she'd be. Sweet surrender, what a night.
We'll let that play in the background. That's cool. That's cool. I didn't know that either. Holy shit. 1935. Ron Popeil, American businessman, founded the Ronco Company.
Spinning my head around and taking my body.
Kitchen appliances, okay. Wait. This is the guy who popularized, but wait, there's more for infomercials. Holy shit. Let's just say if it weren't for this guy, Billy Mays wouldn't be saying, but I'm not done yet. Damn. Okay, cool. Oh, this is not the best. 1938, Omar Abdel Rahman, Egyptian terrorist. Commonly known in the United States as the Blinded Sheik, or the Blind Sheik, was a blind Egyptian Islamist militant who served a life sentence at the Federal Medical Center Butner near Butner, North Carolina, United States. Tell me more. Formerly a resident of New York City, Abdel Rahman and 9 others were convicted of seditious conspiracy in 1995. His prosecution grew out of investigations of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. I didn't know this was a thing. On February 26th, like 2 months before I was born. Interesting. Abdel Rahman was the leader of Al-Jama'a al-Islamiyya, known as the Islamic Group, a militant Islamic movement. I'll put that away for now. Thank you, Frankie. Very cool. Movement in Egypt that is considered a terrorist organization by the European Union and the Egyptian government. The group was responsible for many acts of violence, including the November 1997 Luxor massacre, which was a terrorist act in which 58 foreign tourists and 4 Egyptians were killed. The official 9/11 Commission report mentions his lectures as an inspiration for the assassination of Egyptian President Anwar Sadat. Damn. Let's see.
Every time we say goodbye,
Oh.
I die a little. Every time
Honestly,
we
you gotta respect it to a degree.
goodbye, I wonder
Alright, 1940. David Koch, an American businessman, engineer, and philanthropist. Chemical engineer, specifically. A political activist, too. In 1997, he joined the family business, Koch Industries, the second largest privately held company in the United States. He became president of the subsidiary Koch Engineering in 1979. I'm not going to stop saying it like that. And became a co-owner of Koch Industries along with elder brother Charles in 1983. Koch served as an executive vice president of Koch Industries until he retired due to health issues in 2018. He was a libertarian. He was the 1980 Libertarian candidate for Vice President of the United States and helped finance the campaign. Okay. In 2012, he spent over $100 million in a failed bid to oppose the re-election of President Barack Obama. So libertarian in name, but Republican in action. Got it. He was the 4th richest person in the United States in 2012 and was the wealthiest resident of New York City in 2013. As of June 2019, he was ranked the 11th richest person in the world, tied with his brother Charles, $50.5 billion. Lincoln Center, Sloan Kettering, New York Presbyterian Hospital, and the Dinosaur Wing at the Natural Museum of History. The New York Theater at the home of the universe was renamed the David H. Koch Theater in 2008 following Koch's gift of $1 million. So it wasn't all bad, but like, could have been better, man. It could have been better, man. You could have not been a Republican in practice. You could have been better. 1940, same years. Clemens Westerhoff, Dutch footballer and manager. on the in various football positions on the African continent since 1989. Okay, cool. 1941, Nona Gaprindashvili, Georgian chess player, women's world champion. 1962 to 1978. She's potentially still alive, and so is Clemens. She is a Georgian chess grandmaster. Let's go. People who are born on May 3rd are starting to not be dead. Also, Frankie Valli is still alive. Actually, thank you, Frankie. Very cool. Now that I knew you're alive, hey, please don't sue me for playing December 1963 on my stream. I like your music and I think you're cool. Please. We have the same birthday. Be nice to me. Nona. Noted for her aggressive style of play, she was the women's world chess champion from 1962 to 1978, and in 1978 was the first woman to ever be awarded the FIDE title of Grandmaster. Cool. Good job. Good job, girly. 1942, Vera Kozlovska. Okay, Kozlovska. Czech gymnast and coach. Yeah, it certainly looks and sounds Czech. Fuck. Tell me what you did. She won a total of 22 international titles between 1959 and 1968, including 7 Olympic gold medals, 4 world titles, and 11 European championships. Cool. Seems to be that she was most decorated. Same year, Butch Otter, who is alive, American soldier and politician, 32nd governor of Idaho. Okay. Republican. Ew. Sorry, but I have to give it up. Nope. I'm not giving you any spotlight other than that. Get fucked. 1943. Jim Risch, American lawyer and politician, 31st governor of Ohio, or no, 31st governor of Idaho. So they were both Idahoan. American lawyer, politician, junior United States senator. Oh, nope, Republican. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Sorry, Jim. Fuck you. 1943, Vincent Saldivar, Mexican boxer. Noticing a bit of a trend. Mexican professional boxer who competed between 1961 and 1973. He was a 2-time featherweight champion, having held the WBA, WBC, and the ring titles from 1964 until his retirement in 1967. He came back and did some other stuff. Cool. 1945, Davy Lopez, alive. American baseball player, coach, and manager. He batted and threw right-handed. He played in MLB for Los Angeles Dodgers, Oakland Athletics, Chicago Cubs, and Houston Astros. He managed the Milwaukee Brewers. Cool. 1946. Norm Chow, or maybe no, it's probably Chow because of W. American football player and coach. He is currently the head coach of the Helvetic Guards in the European League of Football. Elf. He was the head football coach at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, a position he held from December 2011 until something. Cool. 1946, Greg Gumbel. I feel like I heard this before. He died last year. Greg Gumbel was an American television sportscaster. He was best known for his various assignments for CBS Sports, most notably the National Football League and NCAA basketball. He became the first African American announcer to call play-by-play of a major sports championship in the United States when he announced Super Bowl something for the CBS network in 2001. Ooh. Until 2023, Gumbel was the studio host for CBS's men's college basketball coverage and was a play-by-play broadcaster for the NFL on CBS. So he has a legacy. He was cool, and only recently he was still going. Aw, he died from pancreatic cancer. That sucks. Pour one out for Gumbel, everybody. 1947, Doug Henning, Canadian magician, and who passed at the turn of the millennium. He was a politician. What? When the fuck was he a politician? Political career. Natural Law Party, National Party, Transition. I will say, we're having a bad wonderstorm, and you know, not a snowstorm, but it is a bad thunderstorm. My power might go out. So if stream ends before we finish the goddamn Wikipedia list, that is why. It has been raining terribly for the past 2 to 3 days. They really hate me. They really hate me. Huh. Contesting the... Hmm. I'll have to ask someone about that. I don't know much about Canadian politics, but I kind of know someone who does. I can, like... Hold on. Okay, we'll move on for now. 1948, Dennis Cosgrove, British American academic and geographer. Cosgrove. That's like Miranda Cosgrove, right? Well, he was like a professor. Cool. I wonder if he is connected in some way to Miranda. Slay if so. 1949, Liam Donaldson, English physician and academic. He was formerly the chief medical officer for England, being the 15th occupant into the post since it was established in 1855. As such, he was a principal advisor to the United Kingdom on health matters and, one of the most senior officials in the NHS, National Health Service. Planned to retire in May, although he said that if the influenza pandemic should unexpectedly worsen, he would have to postpone that retirement. In 2010, he was appointed the chairman of the Independent Monitoring Board overseeing the Polio Eradication Initiative, coordinated by the World Health Organization. In 2002 New Year's Honors List, he was awarded a knighthood in recognition of his achievements. So a healer. Cool. 1949, same year. Ron Whedon, American academic and politician, Democrat. I mean, it's better, but it's like we're not really pleased with the Democratic Party either. So, debatable. 1950, Mary Hopkin, Welsh singer-songwriter. Interesting. November 51, Christopher Cross, American singer, songwriter, and producer. A lot of these people are starting to live. He won 5 Grammy Awards for his eponymous debut album released in 1979. The singles "Sailing" and Arthur's Theme peaked at #1 on the U.S. Billboard Hot 100. Okay, cool. Interesting. I love this part. He is Catholic. Citation needed. Excuse me? Wikipedia is a blessing. What the hell is this line? Just a single sentence, three-word sentence. He is Catholic. Citation needed. Hmm. That is real something crazy. Anyways, same year, Ashok Gehlot, Indian politician, 21st Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Yeah. Okay, cool. Same year, Tatiana Tolstaya, Russian author and publicist. From the Tolstoy family. She seems pretty prolific. What did she do, though? Interesting, interesting. Okay, 1952, Chuck Baldwin. American right-wing politician. Wait, did this man try to campaign for the fucking presidency? Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, so it's kind of hard to tell. He kind of sounds like a lunatic, to be honest. Ron Paul is definitely a name I know. This is the part that interests me. Anti-Zionists. He might be onto something, but the whole right wing thing and the idea that he's a like Christian, an independent Baptist pastor, kind of like the Constitution Party. I don't know. There's a lot of red flags here. Like, there's a lot of contradicting things about this dude. I'm just crazy. Anyways, 1952. Joseph W. Tobin, American Cardinal. Okay, interesting. 1954. Angela Bofill, American singer-songwriter, composer of Cuban, Puerto Rican origins. A New York native, she began her professional career in the mid-1970s and is most well known for such singles as This Time I'll Be Sweeter, Angel of the Night, and I Try. Her career spanned over 4 decades. She, oh no, last year, oh no. Ooh. Can we hear it? I do want to hear it because I think it'll be cool. I do want to hear it. I do want to hear it, girly.
Darling, can't you see
Ooh.
what losing you has done to me?
Oh, she's
I'm
good.
not the same girl I used to be.
Ooh.
Have a change of heart. Don't leave me standing in the dark. Don't let confusion keep us apart. Come back to me, and I'll guarantee all the tenderness and love you'll ever need. This time I'll be sweet.
In 2023, she was inducted into the Women's Songwriters Hall of Fame. Hell yeah. Oh no.
I won't mess around. I won't let you down. Have faith in me. Have faith in me. Since you've been away, I haven't seen the light of day. I'm lost without you, can't find my way. So won't you please be fair and let me show how much I care. Say you'll be mine and answer my prayer. Come back to me, and I promise I'll be everything that's bright and new your whole life through. This time I'll be sweeter. Our love will run deeper.
Honestly,
I won't mess around. I won't let you down. Have faith in me. Have faith.
she seems alright. She seems like she did well. 1955, Stephen D.M. Brown, British geneticist. Oh no. Mouse genetics. Okay. Wait, in addition. Okay, so he's alright. You hear geneticist and it's like, oh no, what kind of geneticist? What kind of geneticist, Steven? 1955. David Hooks, Australian cricketer, coach, and sportscaster. Was an Australian. He played for the Australia national cricket team and domestic cricket for South Australia, murder country. Later coaching Victoria. An aggressive left-handed batsman, Hooks usually batted in the middle order. Okay, cool. 1957. Rod Langway, Taiwanese American ice hockey player and coach. Played a defenseman who played for the Montreal Canadiens and Washington Capitals in the National Hockey League and Birmingham Bulls of the World Hockey Association. He won the Stanley Cup. Cool. 1958. There's a lot of like people are being born now. Holy shit, that's a lot of like holy shit, there's also the deaths pages. Okay, we got a lot ahead of us. Shit. Okay, hold on. Where were we? 1958, right? Wait, that's holidays. No, that's events. Shit. 1958. Thank you, Angie. May you rest. Bill Sienkiewicz, American author and illustrator. American artist known for his work in comic books. Oh, this guy. Oh, okay. Hold on. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. Oh, he illustrated for Magic the Gathering as well. Ooh. That's really interesting. Ooh. He did stuff for Dazzler. Interesting. Ooh. He did a comic adaptation of Doom. Okay, cool. Well, I hope he's doing well. Same year, Sandy Togsvig, Danish English comedian, writer, and broadcaster. Okay, cool. That's cool. Okay. 1959. Uma Bharti, Indian activist and politician, 16th Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. Okay, okay. Same year, Ben Elton. Hey, a little bit too much. Not what I want. No. Okay. So we're Ben Elton. It's part of London's alternative comedy movement of the 1980s. The Young Ones and Blackadder. This guy wrote for Blackadder? Oh shit. Blackadder, like the first season was one of my favorite shows. I never caught any of the others, unfortunately. Cool. That guy's comedy style is really interesting. If you don't know, Blackadder is a dark comedy of errors that I will spoil the ending for. Essentially, at the end, everyone fucking dies. Every major character in the first season of Blackadder is just dead from a poisoning at the end. It's really it's really climactic of the kind of show that is, which should say something. It's really funny. 1960. Kathy Smallwood Cook, English sprinter and educator. She is a former athlete specializing in sprint and sprint relays. She is one of the most successful female sprinters in British athletics history, 3 times in Olympic bronze medalist, including at 400 meters in Los Angeles in 1984. Awesome, okay. 1961, Steve McLaren, English footballer and manager, who is currently the manager of the Jamaica national team. Cool. 1961, Dave Vitter, American lawyer and politician. Republican. Okay, cool. Bye. 1961, Layla Zana, Kurdish activist and politician. Imprisoned for 10 years for her political activism. She was deemed by the Turkish courts to be against the unity of the country. Interesting. 1963, Jorn Hornacek, American basketball player and coach. Player. Okay, cool. 1963, Mona Siddiqui, Pakistani Scottish journalist and activist. She is professor of Islamic and interreligious studies at the University of Edinburgh. No, wait, that's different. I'm thinking of this one. Different thing. Okay, cool. Actually cool. 1964, Sterling Campbell, American drummer and songwriter. Worked on high-profile acts including the B-52s, Duran Duran, Soul Asylum, Cyndi Lauper, Nana, Grayson Hughes, Spandau Ballet, Gustavo Cerati, and David Bowie. Okay, cool. Same year, Ron Hextall, Canadian American ice hockey player and manager. He was most recently the general manager of the Pittsburgh Penguins of the National Hockey League. Hextall played 13 seasons for he played for them. Okay. 1965, Ignatius Amphram II, Syrian Patriarch. Syrian American Christian prelate who was serving as the Patriarch of the Syriac Orthodox Church since the 29th of May 2014. Cool. Same year. Oh god, there's like 4 in 1965. Mark Cousins, Northern Irish director, writer, and cinematographer. A prolific documentarian. Among his best works is the 15-hour 2011 documentary The Story of Film in Odyssey. Okay, cool. It's like 5 whole guys. These are the 5 guys, by the way. 1, 2, 3. No, these are the 4 guys. Sorry, I'm lying. John Jensen, Danish footballer and coach, nicknamed Falks. Cool. Okay. Mikhail Prokhorov, Russian businessman. He was also an owner of the Brooklyn Nets. Russian Israeli oligarch. Ooh, not a good look. Okay. 1967, Daniel Anderson, Australian rugby league coach and manager. Previously coached the New Zealand Warriors and the Parramatta Eels in the NRL and St. Helens in the Super League. He has also coached New Zealand and the Exiles at representative levels. Cool. Same year in 1967, Kenny Hotz, Canadian producer, writer, director, actor, and comedian. He's best known as the star of the former reality comedy show Kenny vs. Spenny. Okay. (1971) Douglas Carswell, British politician, first elected MP for the UK Independence Party. Co-founded Vote Leave, and since 2021 has also serves as president and CEO of the Mississippi Center for Public Policy. Okay, hold on a second. No, that's Kenny. Different guy. Get Douglas back here. What the fuck is Vote Leave? Hmm. Not necessarily the best look. 1972, Steve Barclay. English lawyer and politician. Okay, whatever. 1973, Jamie Balch, Welsh sprinter and television host. Won the 400 meters and gold medal at the 1999 World Indoor Championships. As a member of the British 4x400 meters relay teams. Just gonna go ahead and skip this one. This one too. He won a gold medal at the 1997 World Championships and got silver at the 1996 Olympics. Other stuff. Cool. 1997, Willie Geist, American television journalist and host. This certainly means something, but I'm, Okay, 1975, Christina Hendricks. Do I recognize this? Hold on. Okay, Mad Men. Appeared in Toy Story 4. Neon Demon. Interesting. sounds familiar, and I'm sure people familiar with her are like, oh, that's her. I don't know anything about Mad Men, so who give a shit? 1975. Sanat Nishanta. Sri Lankan politician. Oh no, he passed. Oh. Okay. 1976. Jeff Halpern. American ice hockey player. Oh, he played for Tampa Bay. Oh. For reference, I have family down south that plays hockey. They hate Tampa. They hate Tampa, so I guess shout outs. 1976, Brad Scott, Australian footballer and coach. Okay, cool. Chris Scott. Oh, they're twins. Okay. The next year, Eric Church, American country music singer-songwriter. Huh. I don't know. Same year, Ryan Dempster, Canadian baseball player and sportscaster. He's played for a lot. In 1997, Tyronn Lue, American basketball player and coach. A lot of sports dudes all of a sudden. 1997, Ben Olsen, American soccer player and coach. Cool. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Still just 4 guys. 1978, Paul Banks, English-American singer-songwriter and guitarist. Okay. Lawrence Tynes, American football player. Hmm. 1982. Igor Olshansky, a Ukrainian-American football player. Interesting. Okay, Joseph Adai, American football player. Interesting. Same year, Romeo Castellini, Dutch footballer. Okay, 1983, Martin Foulon, Hungarian footballer. Oh, he's passed. It doesn't say anything about him. 1985, Ezekiel Lavezzi. I'm going to not read as much of these people's questions. His pace, hard-working style, creativity, and dribbling technique. Okay. Robert Intania, Belgian politician. Okay. 1986, Homer Bailey, American baseball player. Okay. 1986, Tom Clementieff. Oh, this is the Mantis Woman. Marvel Cinematic Universe fans, it's the Mantis. Here she is. Modern woman. 1987. Dalma Sanmez. Let's see. Cool. Okay. 1988. Ben Revere. Oh shit! Like Paul. Yeah, American baseball player. Cool. 1988. Patty Holohan. Irish mixed martial artist. Okay, cool. 1989, Jesse Bromwich, New Zealand rugby league player. Okay, 1989, Katinka Hosel, Hungarian swimmer. 1989, we're starting to get into contemporary TV things. Harvey Guillén, American actor. He's best known for his role as the human familiar Guillermo de la Cruz's television series What We Do in the Shower. Oh, interesting. Heard of that one. Same year, Brooks Koepka, American golfer. Okay. 1990, James Pattinson, Australian cricketer. Neat. 1991, Samuel Seo, South Korean musician. Interesting. Nobody famous was born anywhere here. Know that I was born in 1993. I would go basically in between here. Ivan Bukashvin, Russian chess player. What happened to him? What? He was awarded the Grandmaster by FIDE in 2011. Bukashvin was 3-time European champion in his age category. Wait a minute. Oh, he OD'd. Ugh. What a way to go. Sad to see it. Anwar El Ghazi, Dutch footballer. Plays as a winger or forward for Apple. Austin Meadows, American baseball player. Tampa Bay Rays. 1996, Mary Kane, American runner. Okay. 1996, Alex Iwobi. Oh, neat. 1996, Domantas Sabonis, Lithuanian-American basketball player. Okay. Holy shit, 1996, that's Noah Monk! It's Gibby! Gibby! It's Gibby! I had no idea Gibby was a May 3rd guy! He may not be the best guy, as far as I heard. 1996, Designer, American rapper. Cool. 1997, Dwayne Haskins, American football player. 1999, Todd Hartley, American cricketer. Or no, English cricketer, sorry. 1999, Ella Langley, American singer-songwriter. I wonder if she did any good. 2001, Rachel Zegler. Like I must have heard of her. 2003, Florian Wirtz, German footballer. That's gonna be it for birth because, like, you know, it takes a while before people to be born in a certain era to really become famous. Now for the deaths. Before that, though, I'm gonna get some drink, so I'm putting you on a break. Get some juice. Get some gin. Stop sitting weird. The fuck? Go on a break. Okay, we're on a time limit now. Dial-It Days is streaming something. I don't want to raid her. Okay, back to this bullshit. Just notable May 3rd deaths. Tochi or Tochi, Japanese princess. Japanese imperial princess during the Asuka period, who was Empress of Japan as the wife of her cousin, Emperor Kobun. Her name Tochi is derived from the Tochi district, a neighborhood located a few miles north of Asuka. Okay, cool. 738. I am not reading that. Mayan ruler. Jaw. Po- of the powerful Maya polity associated with the site of Copa and in modern Honduras. Okay, cool. 1152. Matilda of Boulogne, Countess of Boulogne in her own right from 1125, and Queen of England from the accession of her husband King Stephen in 1135 until her death in 1152. She supported Stephen in his struggle for the English throne against their mutual cousin Empress Matilda. Okay, cool. 1270. Bela IV of Hungary, King of Hungary and Croatia between dates, Elderstone. Okay. 1294. John I, Duke of Brabant. During the 13th century, John I was venerated as a folk hero. He's been tainted as the perfect model of a brave, adventurous, and chivalrous feudal prince. Interesting. 1330, Alexios II Megas Komnenos, Emperor of Trebizond, Roman. Okay. 1410, Antipope Alexander V. Interesting. 1481, Mehmed the Conqueror, Ottoman Sultan. I think I've heard of this guy. 1501, John Devereux, 9th Baron Pharaohs of Chatley, English Baron. Okay, not a lot on that. 1524, Richard Grey, 3rd Earl of Kent. English peer. Okay, they're not telling me much about them. 1534, Juana de la Cruz Gutierrez. Wait a minute! Holy shit! That's Juana de la Cruz Gutierrez! Spanish Roman Catholic nun and venerable! Okay, now we have to read her page. She was born and died on the same date. That's crazy. That's insane. Did she like die on that day on purpose? Or is she just like kind of unlucky in that? It doesn't say how she died. Just that that's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, then it's Julius, Duke of Brunswick-Luneburg. Okay, some sort of ruler. 1601 to 1900. Henry Garnet, English priest and author. Executed for high treason based solely on having had advanced knowledge of the 1605 gunpowder plot and having refused to violate the seal of the confessional by notifying the authorities. Holy shit. Elizabeth Bacon. Oh, English Tudor gentlewoman. Interesting. James Sharp, Scottish Archbishop. Interesting. Claude de Rouvroy, Duc de Saint-Simon, French courtier. Hmm. Interesting. Heinrich Ignaz Franz Bieber, or Weber, one of the two. Czech Austrian violinist and composer. Oh no, he illegally left his employer. Kind of a slay, though. John Leverett the Younger, American lawyer, academic, and politician. Nothing. John Wilson, Scottish minister and author. Okay. Samuel Ogle, English American captain and politician, 5th governor of restored propriety government of Maryland. Okay. Pope Benedict the 14th. He was a pope. George Salmanazar. Okay. Kind of a trickster asshole. Francesco Algarotti, Italian philosopher, poet, and critic. Hmm. Okay. John Winthrop, American mathematician, physicist, and astronomer. I swear I've heard this. Okay. Martin Gerber, German historian and theologian. Okay. Fernando Pear, Italian composer. Okay. Adolphe Adam, French composer and critic. Hmm. Hmm. Oh! Okay, so I know one of his compositions. Wait a minute, I fucking love this song! This is the guy? Oh man, okay, cool. Sorry about you dying. Thank you for the song. Louis Etienne Saint Denis. It's just a picture of a grave. Oh, Servant to Napoleon. Oh. Gross. Leonidas Simolenz. It's just a grave. Army. Oh. 1910. Howard Taylor Ricketts. This is the guy Ricketts is named after. Oh man. Oh, the guy who named the disease Ricketts. It's passed on May 3rd. That's kind of. Tom Clark, Irish rebel. Ooh. Thomas McDonough. Wait a minute. Did something happen on May 3rd, 1916? The 1916 Easter Rising. And was executed by firing squad after it was defeated. It lists his death as 1916 though, and like, Okay, but Thomas Madonna, one of the 7 years of the Easter Rising of 1916. Okay, why are they all dying in 1916, these 3 guys? Right, okay, so it seems like he and his guys, like Thomas, and Patrick were all captured and shot on May 3rd, 1916. Holy shit. Charlie Song, Chinese businessman and missionary. Elizabeth Elmira Allen, American educator. Interesting. Theodore P. How many fucking? Oh god. This is a lot. Oh fuck. I'm not gonna actually look at all that. Okay. A lot of cool stuff going on May 3rd. We're just gonna close out the stream by looking at some of the cool stuff. Okay, so holidays and observed. Christian feast day, Abhai, the Philadelphia Robin Siba. Okay, Abhai, Antonia and Alexander, Saints Theodora and Didymus are Christian saints whose legend is based on a 4th century Acta and the word of Saint Ambrose. The pair were martyred in the reigns of co-ruling Roman emperors Diocletian and Maximinus. Saint Theodora should not be confused with another Saint Theodora of something or other. I don't know. Juvenal of Narni, venerated as the first bishop of Narni in Umbria. Historical details regarding Juvenal's life are limited. A biography. Interesting. Okay. Mora, Coptic Church. Saint Mora, also known as Mart Mora, is a Christian martyr of the 3rd century and is honored in Egypt and the Middle East. Her feast is celebrated on 3rd of May and 27th. Okay, cool. Philip and James the Lesser. Interesting. Lesser, one of the son of Alphaeus. His name is generally identified with James the Less, and commonly known as labeled the Minor. Okay, Pope Alexander the First, Bishop of Rome. Okay, Sarah the Martyr, Coptic Church. Baramuda. Okay. The Most Holy Virgin Mary, Queen of Poland. Okay, cool. Theodosius of Kiev, Eastern Orthodox. Okay. May 3, Eastern Orthodox. Okay. Constitution Memorial Day. Because of that whole thing where they had the Constitution integrated in that day. Cool. Constitution Day Poland. That is 2 different Constitution Days because of 2 different constitutions. Finding of the Holy Cross or Feast of the Cross. Fiesta de las Cruces is or Cruz de Mayo is a holiday celebrated on May 3rd in many parts of Spain and Hispanic America. Okay, International Sunday. Solar Power Day. World Press Freedom Day. Okay. Here's what else we're celebrating today. National Fitness Day, first Saturday in May, which is today. The Kentucky Derby is also the first Saturday in May. Remember the Kentucky Derby? Montana, National Montana Day. Okay, Free Comic Book Day. Cool. National Textiles Day. National SAN Architect Day. National Bombshells Day, first Saturday in May. By bombshells, I'm assuming they mean big revelations. National Start Seeing Monarchs Day. Yo, you're gonna start. National Raspberry Popover Day. Some sort of pastry. National Homebrew Day. National Scrapbook Day. National Chocolate Custard Day. National Paranormal Day. My mystical ball of energy. National 2 Different Colored Shoes Day. Huh? National Specially Abled Pets Day. National Garden Meditation Day. National Lumpy Rug Day. And National Play Outside Day. First Saturday of every month. Other national holidays. Wordsmith Day. Kentucky Derby. Free Comic Book Day, National Paranormal Day. It's also International Astronomy Day, International Wild Koala Day, Beer Pong Day, Fitness Sunday, AAPI Women's Equal Pay Day, let's go, Print Day in May, Writer Review Day, what? Garden Meditation Day, cool. Join Hands Day, shout out to Scorpy. World Labyrinth Day, oh no. They're trapping you in the labyrinth. Wildfire Community Preparedness Day. Yeah, we talked about some of these already. Play Outside Day. National Makalint Comedy Festival from May 2nd to May 4th. Cool. National Physical Education and Sports Week and Velenato Legend Festival is ending today. They didn't talk about Bobby. I don't think that's real. May 3rd is part of Skin Cancer Awareness Month. ALS Awareness Month. No Meat May, National Photography Month. National Barbecue Month. National Hamburger Month, let's go. Better Sleep Month. National Get Caught Reading Month. National Bike Month. National Physical Fitness and Sports Month. Responsible Animal Guardian Month. National Stroke Awareness Month. Borderline Personal Disorder Awareness Month. National Salad Month, kind of contradictory with some of that other shit. Brain Tumor Awareness Month in the US only. Ehlers-Danlos Syndrome Awareness Month, a hard-to-diagnose condition that may cause chronic pain, fragile skin, and joint problems, and more. Lettuce Month. Family Wellness Month. International Victorious Women's Month. Let's go. National Strawberry Month. National Duckling Month. That's kind of sus. National High Blood Pressure Month. Haitian Heritage Month. Huntington's Disease Awareness Month. National Chip Your Pet Month. Celiac Awareness Month. Make May Purple Action on Stroke Month. National Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Month. National Pet Month. National Dental Care. Oh god, there's too many of these. Zombie Awareness. There are too many of these things. May is everything. May is everything. Yeah, that is May. Well, fuck. Let me put up the new text. I've been streaming for like, yeah, that's 5 hours. That's Wikipedia for you, I guess. I could have gone for longer, but I kind of got tired. I didn't want to read all the deaths. And I also didn't want to read what every single thing this month is technically for. Oh, hello! This is Denim Jeans Guy. Nice to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Don't know. Well, nice to see you, yeah. Okay, so here's my debate. I'm pretty sure Dollop Days is streaming live right now. I could raid her right now, but I still kind of want to play a video game. But what if I just raided her and played The Sims 3? I don't have to play a video game on stream. We did enough of May 30ing, and I also don't know what the hell I would do that would really, like, be in line with birthday. Because I had a couple ideas, I don't know. Maybe play. I think we look upon our May 3rd Wikipedia stream and associated holidays and shit, and we say it is good. And we say it's good. I apparently share a lot of birthdays with a lot of cool people. It's springtime. Therefore, I am seeing about initiating the raid. Hold on. Thank you for stopping by. It is literally the end of stream, I think. Also, I need to, like, message. Okay, let me see. Yeah, she's alive. Cool. Let me see. Let me make sure I don't blast Joeya's. Is there anyone I really want to raid besides Dollop? No. We already said it would be really funny if I did, so we're raiding Dollop. Alright, get ready. My birthday is not necessarily over, but I am sending you off. We're gonna raid. Goodbye. Uh, shit.